Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are coming to you live because some new explosions are being heard in Iran, possible new U.S. strikes. So, we're going to bring you the latest updates on this. Again, possible new U.S. strikes in Iran. Well, in Iran, explosions being heard. And let's get you some updates. For example, there were explosions heard in Mashhad. Let me just get this on the screen for you here. Look, Far State Media reports of explosions heard in Mashhad. Residents of Mashhad reported hearing several explosions a few minutes ago. The exact location and source of these explosions is currently unknown. Further updates will be provided as they become available. We also have reports of other explosions. And just give me 1 sec here. Let me just really quick get something on the screen so I can see it. Okay, good. Vahid Online has reports coming in from Bushehr. According to Vahid, about 7 minutes ago, there was a big explosion in Bushehr. One or more explosions in Bushehr. Also reports of Tabriz. Several explosions. I'm seeing maybe 7 explosions around there. He got some reports about that in Tabriz. Also, Vahid is getting reports coming in the last 15, 20 minutes of explosions heard in Chabahar. Also, explosions heard in Bandar Abbas. And also explosions heard in, there's one other place, Kangavar or Kangavar. I'm going to show you on a map where some of these places are. Yeah, there's a Kangavar, Iran. All right, so has CENTCOM posted yet? I keep waiting for CENTCOM to post and say they've started their strikes, but they haven't yet. But they're starting late tonight. I also have a theory that maybe they started late because Pete Hegseth was doing some testimony, and so was I believe Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Kane. I know Pete Hegseth was doing some testimony in Congress until a little while ago. So I wonder if that might have delayed the strikes. I have no idea, just a thought I had. But yeah, this would be a late start. It's already almost 3 a.m. Iran time right now, 2:57 Iran time. But definitely here, explosions reported in a number of different cities in Iran. Sounds like U.S. strikes again. Tabriz, hey, look, this is Far State Media. A few minutes ago, several explosions were heard near Tabriz, specifically from the southern part of the city. The exact locations of these explosions is currently unknown, and further updates will be provided as they become available. That is from Fars State Media in Iran. So I'm going to keep looking here. We'll get the map out in a second. So Tabriz, Bushehr, Chabahar. I get the map out right now. Hang on. Now, here's our map from Google Maps. So we've been hearing reports of explosions in Bandar Abbas, near the Strait of Hormuz, also Chabahar over here, Bushehr to the west here, and then, I'm sorry, Bushehr here to the west, also Tabriz, which is that more north? Tabriz is in the northwest. Tabriz there. Also Kangavar. Kangavar in Kermanshah province in western Iran. There. I think I'm still missing a couple places. Oh, Mersher, was it? I have to look this up again. Meshar? Yeah, Meshar in Khuzestan province, which is down there. That's definitely been targeted off and on in the last several days. I think that's just in itself about 6 different places around the country. Let's see here. Update here from Tasnim State Media. Explosions around Bebahan and Mashar Port. Minutes ago, several explosions were heard in the cities of Bebahan and Bandar Mashar in Khuzestan province. Bebahan witnessed enemy attacks twice, and also, look, they just posted this about Tabriz, as the U.S. terrorist regime's attacks continued. A few minutes ago, at 2:45 a.m., about 15 minutes ago, the sound of several explosions was heard from the west of Tabriz. They say, give me a moment. And then about 8 minutes ago, the sound of 2 explosions was heard around the city of Tabriz. According to observations by a Tasnim reporter, these sounds originated from the western part of the city. I will say, this is pretty quick. Normally, I mean, that's 8 minutes ago, the 2:52 one. Normally, the state media is a little more behind. That's pretty quick reporting for the state media. Vahid Online says he is hearing about defense activity in the east of Tehran province. Okay, so yes, according to Vahid Online, he reports in recent minutes there's been air defense active in the east of Tehran province. Reports from Vahid that in recent minutes, air defense has been active in the east of Tehran province. Give me one moment here. Which includes Tehran, but is not just Tehran. So again, Vahid reports that in the east of Tehran province, a few minutes ago, there were reports coming in of air defense activity there. That's not something we hear about every night. Usual night, the last couple of weeks, we don't hear about Tehran or Tehran province. There's Tehran province here. There's the city, I guess, here. Now that's east. Let me just make sure, though, if with Tehran and Tehran province. Yeah, the capital of Tehran province is Tehran, according to Wikipedia. Now, it's just been confirmed. New strikes have begun. CENTCOM just announced it. CENTCOM just announced it right now. Breaking news. New strikes confirmed. The beginning of new strikes in Iran. Let's look at the CENTCOM announcement. CENTCOM forces began striking military targets in Iran at 7 p.m. Eastern today for the 11th consecutive night. The strikes are designed to continue degrading Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. So, hang on a moment here. U.S. launches strikes on Iran for 11th consecutive night. Now, what I need to do is take 2 seconds here. Give me just 2 seconds. We will get you the latest update, but they have confirmed it. kind of late tonight, about 3:04 a.m. there right now. Bear with me for 1 sec, guys. Really quick. Let me do one quick thing here. So we are bringing you live breaking news coverage of these new U.S. strikes, the 11th straight night. And I'm guessing Iran will respond as well. Okay, now, hold on. Okay, let's get updates now. All right, so it was announced CENTCOM confirms new U.S. strikes. Let's get more updates for you. Sirik in Chabahar. Look at this. We have explosions in Sirik and Chabahar. This is from Iran state media Fars. Reports of explosions heard in Sirik. A few minutes ago, several explosions were heard near Sirik in the eastern part of Hormozgan province. Residents of Sirik also reported hearing explosions from the sea. I don't know what that's about. Starting about 35 minutes ago. Well, around 2:35 minutes ago, 2:30 a.m. The exact location of these explosions is still unknown, and further updates will be provided as they become available. Reports of multiple explosions heard in Chabahar. According to a reporter from the national broadcaster, a few minutes ago, the sounds of 4 explosions were heard, and for a brief period, the sound of an enemy fighter jet was also reported in Chabahar. Oh, Eastern Tehran. Air defense activity, they confirm about it. Eastern part of the city. Eastern part of the city, they say. This doesn't say province, it says city. I mean, for whatever that's worth. So, we don't hear that every night. Okay. Iran state media Fars. A few minutes ago, people in Tehran reported hearing air defense activity in the eastern part of the city. Interesting. Now, it would be a huge deal if there were strikes in Tehran. That has not been happening the last few weeks. Now, that could be a bad translation of province. It says Eastern Tehran and it says eastern part of the city, but hopefully it's not a bad translation of province. That's the best I have to go on. There's Tehran province, and then there's a city in the province. Either way, it's either Tehran city or Tehran province. Oh, so I want to show you, we heard about explosions in Mashar in Bebahani. Bebahani we heard about before. I didn't show you that on the map. But I think it's Bebahan is what they're talking about. All right, so there is a Bebahan. I think maybe they were talking about this. So Bebahan, apparently there were some explosions in Bebahan, which is here, which is, again, on the western part of Iran, kind of near the Persian Gulf, maybe about 50 miles away, I don't know, or so, from the Gulf. There's Bushehr. We've heard about an explosion, one or more explosions in Bushehr, explosions in Bebahan, explosions in up here, Tabriz, right? We've heard explosions there. We've heard explosions, air defense in eastern Tehran city, although they might have meant province, I'm not sure. Also, we've heard about, Mashar. I have to find Mashar. I can't. Bandar Mashar down here. We heard about explosions there. We heard about explosions in Bandar Abbas. We heard about explosions in Sirik. We heard about explosions in Chabahar. And also, what was the other one we looked up before? Was it like Kongavar or something like that? I have to look that up. I think Vahid had mentioned that one. Hang on. Bushehr, right? Tabriz, Chabahar, Bandar Abbas, Mashar, Bebahan. Someone had reported to Vahid about a half hour ago that there was smoke coming from a refinery, but it's not clear if where it was hit or if it was hit. So that's something to keep an eye on, of course. I don't know that a refinery got hit. I will say, yeah, Vahid had some reports from East Tehran, some people in East Tehran who were reporting about air defense, but again, I'm not sure. Someone said they were in Narmak. I'll have to look that up. But a number of people were saying that in Pardis, they were hearing air defense activity in Pardis. Let me show you that. Pardis is in Tehran province, and that's to the east of Tehran city. And there are people who told Vahid that they were hearing air defense from where they were. Some people said they heard sounds of explosions there. But a bunch of people said they heard air defense. All right, hang on a moment here. And Narmak is part of Tehran, Narmak, and that's an eastern Tehran city. And there are some people who said to Vahid about a half hour ago, I think it was, that they had heard some air defense then. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that was different. That, I think, was maybe a gas explosion. That was about that was like an hour ago. The Narmak thing, I think, is different. So in Narmak, about an hour ago, there was reports of an explosion, but I believe that the city has said that that was a gas explosion. Yeah. So again, that's probably why I didn't talk about it before. But if you look here, see, about an hour and 5 minutes ago, there was an explosion well before all these explosions started in the U.S. strikes. There was like a half an hour before that, about an hour and 10 minutes ago, there was an explosion in a residential unit in the vicinity of Narmak, and the state media is saying that that was a gas explosion. They're not saying the other ones were gas explosions. So anyways, so you can see gas explosion in a residential unit in Narmak. So that's what I think people were talking about in Narmak, but that was over an hour ago. All right. Now, yes. And again, Iran state media is reporting people are hearing air defense city in, well, this one says air defense activity in northeast Tehran. Also, fighter jets, explosions in fighter jet sounds heard over Chabahar and Konarak. Oh, and they also talk about Kongavar. So on the top it says an enemy attack on Kongavar. A short while ago, the U.S. enemy launched a missile attack on a location in the Kongavar district of Kermanshah province. Also, explosion and fighter jet sounds heard over Chabahar and Konarak. Reports from Tasnim news agency correspondents indicate that explosions were heard a few minutes ago in the areas around Chabahar and Konarak. Simultaneously, the sound of fighter jets was also reported over the skies of Chabahar and Konarak. Now, we do regularly hear about the U.S. striking in the area of Chabahar and Konarak, which is here. Here's the Strait of Hormuz, and Chabahar and Konarak is over here. Konarak, Chabahar. But Kongavar we don't normally hear about. Where is it here? I think I'm spelling it wrong. Oh, I think it's K-A. Kongavar. That's Kongavar, and that's in Western Iran. Kongavar in Kermanshah province. Report of a strike in that area. I don't know what's being targeted there. I have no idea. Now, give me a moment here. Okay, I have an update here. IRNA, which is Iranian state media, says, look at right here. Missile attack by the terrorist enemy of America on areas around the cities of Bebahan and Omidyah. Valiola Hayati, deputy head of security and law enforcement for the Khuzestan governorate, announced areas around the cities of Bebahan and Omidyah were attacked by missiles from the terrorist enemy of America. The dimensions of this event are under investigation, and the responsible agencies are conducting a field and security assessment of the targeted areas. Additional news will be announced later. Also, they say explosions have been reported in some parts of the country, including Chabahar, Konarak, and Sirik. Hey, really quick, I want to say a quick thanks to Joey Kenny. Thanks for your support. Joey, I have not heard any confirmation of what you said. Joey claims a nuclear site has been targeted. I've heard no reports about that. So I don't know, but I've heard nothing and from any kind of reliable source about that at this point. I'll keep an eye out, though, Joey. Thanks, Joey, for your support. Also, 86 GOP Forever gave 50 people memberships. Please thank 86 if you got a membership from 86. That's very generous. 50 people in the YouTube chat got memberships from 86. Really nice of you. Thank you, 86. Also, Prep Mom, thanks for the membership. Alex78, thanks for the membership. Dylan Persian says, it's about time we're finally hitting the capital. Well, I have not heard any kind of confirmation there are strikes in Tehran yet. That would be a big deal, but I will let you know. Thank you, Dylan Persian. Thank you, David James, for your support. David thinks there's a B-1 bomber in the sky that's doing work. It left the UK at 4:30 UK with Tomahawk cruise missiles. I saw some people earlier today, hours ago, claiming they had seen some bombers take off from the UK. I have no idea if they have anything to do with this. I don't know. Maybe they take off all the time from there. I don't know. So I cannot confirm that, but I'll let you know if I hear more. Thank you so much, David James from the UK, for your support. Thanks, Ann Ryan, for your support, and Dylan Persian, and also Harper Ann. Dylan, no, I would not say these are the biggest attacks that have happened so far. There have been smaller ones, but we've seen attacks go on for hours. And also we have seen some days of attacks where they attacked things like, a couple days they attacked bridges. So we have, this is a number of different cities, but at this point it's not, I mean, if it were to say stop pretty soon, that wouldn't be as big as some nights have been. So, and also we don't have an update on what's been hit. So we'll have to just wait and see more about what we hear about the targets tonight and how long it goes on for. It's starting late. It's 3:20 a.m. there already. Thank you so much to also Kendra Fox on Twitch for your support. All right, let's get some more updates here. Let's see. Hang on a moment. Here's a report about Bushehr from Tasnim. At 2:45 a.m., so that's about, what, half an hour ago, a loud explosion was heard in several areas of Bushehr, the city. Initial investigations indicate that the U.S. aggressor carried out an aerial attack on 2 locations on the outskirts of Bushehr. Security, military, and emergency services are currently present at the affected locations, and a thorough assessment of potential damage and the scope of this incident is underway. All right, trying to get you the latest updates here. Bear with me. I'm checking some different sources here as the U.S. is attacking for the 11th straight night. Now, Shin claims that there were huge blasts in the area of the Parchin complex, east of Tehran. I can't confirm that myself. Just so you guys know about Parchin, Wikipedia, Parchin is an Iranian military complex located about 30 kilometers southeast of Tehran. It is closely linked with the Khojar missile production complex. In June of last year, the complex was reportedly hit by military strikes. Seeing some unconfirmed reports of some other explosions. Now, this is very interesting. Look at this. Once in a while, we see these kind of things. Denial of reports of attack on Hormozgan province, which is southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. The deputy governor of Hormozgan province says, as of this moment, which is about 8 minutes ago, on Wednesday, there have been no enemy incursions or explosions in Sirik or other areas of Hormozgan province, which goes against some reports that there were explosions in Sirik and Bandar Abbas. A few minutes ago, some news channels claimed that Bandar Abbas and Sirik had been attacked by the American enemy. So a local official is denying there's been explosions there. I don't know who to believe. Again, Tasnim is very up to date tonight. I mean, 3:15 a.m. is about 8 minutes ago. And they posted this at, they posted this 6 minutes after this person with this quote. I don't know if something's happened at Tasnim state media. This is the first time I've seen them post where they're talking about things that happened 6 minutes before they posted. Sounds like they've had a makeover in the newsroom or something. I won't complain, though, about it. Now, let's see here. It's quite strange, though, to have them denying other Iranian media outlets reports of explosions in Sirik and Bandar Abbas. It does happen there sometimes where the different outlets, that's a government official denying reports from news. All right, trying to get you more updates here. Explosions heard in a number of cities in Iran. Also, some air defense reported in eastern Tehran, in the east of the capital. Seeing some claims online that there were explosions in Zanjan, but those are just claims right now. I'm not sure about that. Hey, thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. We have moderating. Bite Mode is moderating. Thank you so much, Bite Mode, over there on YouTube. And thanks, Natalie's Colvin, for being a member over there. Also, we have moderating. Oopsie. We have moderating over on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Thank you very much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over on X. And thanks so much to our Facebook moderators as well. Really appreciate it. Paul Anderson is over there moderating right now. Thank you. Thanks, Diane Allworth and Kristen McConnell Gates, for subscribing over there. Now, one thing I'm interested in seeing is like, is this going to be like the one wave of attacks tonight? These strikes began, according to CENTCOM, these strikes began at 7 p.m. local, 7 p.m. Eastern time, so which would be 2:30 a.m. Iran time. It is now 3:27. Now, Shin is claiming that some more explosions have been heard in, where is this? In Paradis? Which is in Tehran province. I can't confirm that right now. I'll show you where that is. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, we looked at this before. Paradis is, oops, you'll see it in a second. It's to the east of Tehran city. Paradis. I'm not sure how to say it, but those are unconfirmed reports of explosions over there. Hey, by the way, I need to thank really quick our viewer, Black Hawk Command. It just gave, I'm not joking, 100 people memberships in the YouTube chat. 100 people just got memberships from our viewer Blackhawk Command. So please, if you got a membership from Blackhawk Command, thank them, or thank somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. That is incredibly generous of you, Blackhawk Command. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you, and it's really nice to see so many new members. And thank you so much. That's very, very generous of you. And also Natalie Scolvin, 4280, our new member. Harper Ann, our member, thank you. And also I appreciate everybody out there who's watching, tuning in. Let's get you more updates here. Don't know really right now what's been hit. I cannot tell you whether there will be any, there have been any targets hit that would seem like a big escalation tonight. That we just have to wait and see. So we're waiting to get you more updates here. One moment. Again, air defense system, air defense active reportedly in eastern Tehran and northeastern Tehran. Al Jazeera also says activation of air defenses east of the Iranian capital, Tehran. Oh, hold on a second. I just saw something right now from Tasneem. Tasneem says air defense in western Tehran has been activated to counter hostile targets. That's from Tasneem State Media. They say air defense in Iran, western Tehran, has been activated to counter hostile targets. Here's something about Tabriz. Oh, hold on a second. Hey, this is interesting that this is specified here, that I have some news about a target. Mayor State Media says, enemy airstrike on a military center near Tabriz. East Azerbaijan, that's a province, I think, crisis management, at approximately 2:40 a.m. this morning, a little less than an hour ago, a military area near the city of Tabriz was targeted by an airstrike from the American terrorist army. No areas within the city of Tabriz were attacked. I don't know what they mean exactly by military area. Yeah, Tabriz is in East Azerbaijan province. Iran State Media Mayor. Local government says, at approximately 2:40 a.m. this morning, a military area near the city of Tabriz was targeted by an airstrike from the American terrorist army. Again, I don't know what a military area is. Could be a lot of things. And one moment. Oh, that was Fars, not Mayor, by the way. That was Fars. Oops, I have to delete it now. I have to delete my post now because it was the wrong. It wasn't Mayor, it was Fars. Let's try this again. Iran State Media Fars. Enemy airstrike on military center. Military area in the city of Tabriz. Okay, now that's been posted. Cliff thinks a military area means an IRGC base. That I don't know. Oh, look at this. Hold on a second. A report from Iran State TV says, I'm going to read you a report from Iran State TV. Iran State TV says, several news sources reported moments ago that air defense systems were activated in the west, east, and northeast of Tehran. Again, that's from Iranian State TV. Several news sources reported moments ago that air defense systems were activated in the west, east, and northeast of Tehran. I don't know for sure that they mean city. They could mean the province of Tehran, not the city of Tehran. The city is in the province. But anyways, that was just a few minutes ago. And that's something we usually don't hear. Once in a while we hear about that during the last few weeks, but not often. Shin is claiming that there were some blasts in eastern Tehran province recently. That I cannot confirm. But a bunch of reports coming out about air defense active in different parts of Tehran. Just to go over some of the places we've heard about, gosh, I'll pull the map out just to try to remember everywhere. Tonight, we've been hearing about, so Tehran is up here. We've been hearing about some explosions in East Tehran. There's been talk online of possibly some explosions in Pardis. Well, I think we heard of I have to look that up. Do we hear about explosions or anti-aircraft fire in Pardis? Maybe anti-aircraft fire. I got to look that up. I'm not sure. But definitely in different parts of Tehran, we've been hearing about including some parts of the city, we've been hearing about reports of air defense. Explosions reported in Tabriz, explosions reported in Bushehr, in Chabahar and Kanarak. Also, the governor of Hormozgan province, or deputy governor, a local official, denied it, but there were other news outlets that reported explosions in Bandar Abbas and Sirik. And then also we heard explosions reported in Bandar Mashar here. And then there was some more. I have to look up what they were to remember where they were. But that's not even all of them. Kangavar and Mashar. We heard about Mashar and Kangavar. I think there were still a couple others. And I think all those were from state media. IRNA, here's another report about air defense in Tehran, in eastern Tehran, or well, in some of Tehran. Look at this. Here. Some IRNA, Iranian state media, some Tehran residents are in certain parts of the capital, Tehran city, reported hearing the sound of air defense systems. Reporters are following up and receiving reports from official sources. Another place that we had heard about reports of explosions was, where is it here? Behaban. Behaban in Khuzestan province. Behaban. So we heard some reports there. I don't know if that was, I think that might have been from Vahid. I have to look up. Vahid, Vahid said, where is the, can I find where he mentioned that? Did he mention Baraban? Yes. He had said earlier about people reported about an hour ago a number of explosions in, is it Baraban or Bebahan? Bebahan, I think it is. Bebahan, yes, Bebahan. Now, also, let me say this. Where is this from? Hold on. Okay. He said he's getting a lot of messages about people in Tehran, the capital, telling him that they're hearing air defense. He said he's even getting some reports from the city center and western Tehran. He says air defense is being heard in various parts of Tehran. So he's gotten a lot of, and he just said 2 minutes ago, Vahid online on Telegram, that he's getting about a message still every second, although he was getting more before. And he says that there's sounds of air defense in all parts of the capital of Tehran. That was just 2 minutes ago from Vahid online on Telegram. Now, I don't know if Tehran is being attacked or not. I haven't heard of any reports of any explosions in Tehran, possibly outside of Tehran. But we'll have to see. But this has been going on for a while now tonight, reportedly, the air defense activity in the capital of Tehran. We've seen that reported in state media too. Air defense in Tehran active. Hey, a quick thanks to Wow Factor, our member. Thank you so much. And Blackhawk Command for being a member, and all of the memberships. Again, Blackhawk Command gave 100 memberships. Blackhawk Command says, now that I've married, my priorities have changed. Thank you so much, Blackhawk Command. I really appreciate that. Also, Mrs. Ivart, 91 gave 5 people memberships. That's super nice of you, Mrs. Ivart 91. Thank you. Also, Wingard Real, or Wijingard Real, I think it is. Thanks for being a member. Now, let's get you more updates here. Waiting to hear more. And another report about I don't know what military area means. This is another Iranian news outlet, IRNA, reporting this report from the local officials. East Azerbaijan province in Iran, their crisis management headquarters says that about an hour ago, a military area near the city of Tabriz was targeted by an airstrike by the American terrorist army, and the sound of explosions is related to this incident. I do not know what military area this was. They say no area within the city of Tabriz was targeted. Further updates will be provided later. I think around a week or so ago, the U.S. apparently hit a base, a military base in Iran, and a number of people were killed. I think the Iranians announced that 7 soldiers were killed, if I remember correctly. Also, this is a report from earlier. Well, it's a report about something that happened earlier. This is from IRNA. 2 explosions heard in Bushehr. In a conversation with Mohammed Masfari, the governor of Bushehr, he said, about an hour ago, explosions were heard in Bushehr, and the source of these explosions is currently under investigation. He said, so far, no definitive reports have been received regarding this matter, and the investigation is ongoing. Unconfirmed report from Ali BK that there are large fires in Bebahan. in Khuzestan province. I don't know what's been hit there. Vahid online, when he reported that people were talking to him about Bebahan, some people said there were 10 or more explosions there in Bebahan. That would have been about an hour ago. An hour, 15 minutes ago. Some people think maybe thought a base was hit there. One person claimed that there was smoke coming from a refinery there. That I can't confirm. Hey, Lewis R., by the way, just gave 50 people memberships. Wow, that is incredibly generous of you. Lewis R., thank you so much for your support of the channel. Lewis R. Lewis, longtime supporter of the channel. I really appreciate it. And please, if you got a membership from Lewis or Blackhawk Command or 86 or another viewer, please thank them or thank somebody if they gave you a gift sub. But Lewis R., that is so generous of you. Thank you so much. Great to see all the new members. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Live Animal. Thanks for your support, Live Animal. Who thinks all of the U.S. troop buildup is just them buying time for coming up with some other plan? Is that what you're saying? If I'm getting this right? Or are you saying it's buying time for Iran to come up with some other plan? I could read your post multiple ways, Live Animal. I think Live Animal might be in India, by the way. Thanks for watching. Also, JT Lawson, thanks for being a member. A. Wendy, thank you for being a member. Now, you know, I'm hearing some unconfirmed reports tonight. Some people claim that these strikes are more, they're an escalation from previous nights. That we don't know yet. We really don't know that much about what's been hit. We're going to have to wait and see. Shin claims that there's new anti-air defense activity in central Tehran. I don't know that. Hold on. Okay. Dozens more. Okay. Vahid just said, no, is this new from Vahid? No, that's not new. Sorry. I thought Vahid had posted a new thing, but that's not new. I saw an unconfirmed report of some more air defense activity in Tehran, but that's not, I don't know. I don't know if that's happening. So that's my big question right now is are these significantly different strikes than most of the previous 10 nights? Are there any different types of targets being hit, or is it pretty much more of the same? We do have an update here. Look at this. There you go. This is from Iran State Media Mer News 4 minutes ago. Air defense activities underway in certain areas of Tehran, the capital, to counter hostile targets. Again, that was from 4 minutes ago. Air defense activities underway in certain areas of Tehran to counter hostile targets. I don't know if they mean drones or planes or missiles or what. But that was just 5 minutes ago. Iran state TV says the governor of Bushehr announced that an explosion was heard in the city and stated the source of the explosion is currently under investigation. Actually, we told you before that the governor of Bushehr said, I think we might have read this before. This is from Erna. Governor of Bushehr province said about an hour ago, 2 explosions were heard in Bushehr city, and the source of these explosions is currently under investigation. We're bringing you live updates here. Don't have, hold on a second here. Look at what Tasneem says. Tasneem, state media. Air defense systems activated again in eastern and western Tehran. Wow. They were reactivated. Iran state media Tasneem. Air defense systems activated again in eastern and western Tehran. Tehran's air defense systems were reactivated a few minutes ago in the eastern and western parts of the city, and it appears that the systems are engaged in intercepting hostile targets. Wow. Air defense systems activated in eastern and western Tehran. Tehran's air defense systems were reactivated a few minutes ago in the eastern and western parts of the city, and it appears that the systems are engaged in intercepting hostile targets. They got reactivated. Activated again. So they have been quite active. I don't know what they're firing at. Kevin Badger thinks it's a very big night. Hang on a moment here. By the way, a little Maduro update. About former President Maduro, Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela, who the U.S. captured and brought to U.S. to try him on charges. Gary Grumbach of NBC News says that both Nicolas Maduro and the Department of Justice are jointly proposing a trial date of June 2027 at a federal court in New York. He says both sides are posing a trial date of June 2027, and the judge is expected to determine a trial date tomorrow. All right, so we're trying to get some sort of information about what's been hit and why there's all this air defense going on in Tehran. Here is an update about Chabahar and Kanarak. This is from Iran state media IRNA. Confirmation of the aggressive attack by the American enemy on the two locations in Chabahar and Kanarak. Dr. Khalil Abadi, deputy governor for security and law enforcement in Sistan and Balochistan province, says the attacks that occurred this morning took place in the areas of Chabahar and Kanarak, and the situation is now under control. He urged citizens to only follow news related to this matter from official sources and not pay attention to rumors and unverified news circulating on social media. Thank you to PVC Swede for your support. And Anthony Colleen Rivas, thank you so much. Yeah, I would be careful. There's different people online claiming that different sensitive targets have been attacked, and I just don't really see good sourcing on those claims. So we'll have to wait and see when we get more information. Now, bear with me for a second here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Now, it's been a little while since we heard about any new explosions, I'll say that. I do want to mention that the U.S. military did identify the third soldier killed in Jordan. I have that here for you. Hold on. Yes, here it is. The Department of War announced the believed to be death of an active duty soldier who was supporting overseas operations in Jordan. Sergeant Angel S. Rampersad, 28, of Ozone Park, New York, is believed to have been killed in action on July 17, 2026, during an enemy attack at Muwafaq Salti Air Base, Jordan. This incident is under investigation. U.S. Central Command had previously announced this soldier as missing. The soldier's status was updated to a duty status, whereabouts unknown, and is believed to be deceased. He was assigned to the 1st Battalion, 57th Air Defense Artillery Regiment, 52nd Air Defense Artillery Brigade, 10th Army Air and Missile Defense Command, Ansbach, Germany, and condolences to his family. That was the missing person. And then also, they identified the person who was killed in Iraq. DOW identifies an Army casualty. Department of War has announced the death of an active duty soldier who was supporting overseas operations in Iraq. Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton of Fayetteville, North Carolina, was killed in action during a controlled detonation of a downed one-way drone, Iranian drone, on July 19th, 2026 at Erbil Air Base, Iraq. The incident is under investigation. He was assigned to D Battery, 2nd Battalion, 55th Air Defense Artillery Regiment, 108th Air Defense Artillery Brigade, 4th Bragg, North Carolina. And condolences to his family. Now, is this the whole, this is a weird announcement, if this is the whole announcement. I just saw a new announcement from Revolutionary Guard. Look at this. This is pretty short. In the name of God, the breaker of tyrants, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, disciplinary operation against aggressors continues, and there is no victory except from God the Almighty, the Wise. I would say that's an uncharacteristically terse press release by the Revolutionary Guard. I'm seeing it in multiple different places too, so it looks like that's really the press release. Uncharacteristically terse press release all it says is that I mean, this is short. This is a short press release. They don't usually issue these. It's usually longer, and it usually is about like more detail, like we did some attack in this country. They usually don't release a press release just to basically say one sentence. I mean, literally the press release is basically, I mean, the beginning and the end are basically these formalities. Really, it just says disciplinary operation against aggressors continues. That's all it says, basically. And again, I see that same press release on, was it on two different state media sites? Air defense in Isfahan, according to just in news update, Vahid Online reports he is getting reports of air defense active in Isfahan, Iran. Okay. Reports from Vahid of air defense active in Isfahan, Iran. Now in Isfahan, hold on. Wikipedia says, you can see it right here. Oops. Wikipedia says, the nuclear facilities located in and near Isfahan include the Isfahan Nuclear Technology Center, the Isfahan Uranium Conversion Facility, the Isfahan Fuel Manufacturing Plant, the Isfahan, and there's others there too. Isfahan is suspected of being the primary location for Iran's secret nuclear weapon development program. The U.S. in 2025 conducted strikes on sites that, according to the U.S. and Israel, were used to develop nuclear weapons. That would be in Isfahan. And just to be clear, in case you're wondering, Pickaxe Mountain is in Isfahan province, in the Zagros Mountains, in Isfahan province. Okay? So there is Isfahan. Right there. And Isfahan province is bigger than that. There's Isfahan province. So let's see if we hear anything else. But again, Vahid says that in recent minutes, air defense is going off in Isfahan, Iran. Oh, hey guys, listen to this. Tasneem State Media says, as I just showed you, the IRGC announced that the operation by Iran's armed forces to punish the American aggressors, which began early this morning, is still ongoing. According to Tasneem News Agency, more details about the significant strikes by Iranian armed forces against the American enemy will be released soon. That's what Tasneem says. Oh, so now, previously, we'd heard about strikes in places like Bandar Abbas and Sirik in Hormozgan province. And then, I believe it was the deputy governor, one of the deputy governors there had denied there had been attacks in Hormozgan province. But now I'm seeing this. This right here, I am seeing, let me get it so I can see it. IRNA, Iranian state media says, attack by American aggressors on Hormozgan province. Official sources confirmed that an attack on Hormozgan province occurred about an hour and a half ago, actually about 2 hours ago, on Wednesday, with reports of explosions heard in the city of Sirik, which is a county within Hormozgan province. According to the Hormozgan province governorate, the area around Sirik was targeted by projectiles launched by the American enemy. No casualties or damage to residential or commercial infrastructure have been reported as a result of the new American attack in Sirik. Strikes complete. Thanks for letting me know, guys, in the chat. These strikes are complete. They're done. They're done for the night. They were only an hour and 15 minutes long. They started at 7 and they ended at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Wow. Strike's over, they say. Hold on 1 second here. Tonight's U.S. strikes on Iran started at 7 p.m. ET and ended at 8:15 p.m. ET. That's what it says. It says at 8:15 p.m. ET, they completed the strikes. Now, maybe there's more strikes going on, but that's interesting that it's that fast. At 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time, remember they started at 7 Eastern Time, U.S. Central Command successfully completed its 11th consecutive evening of strikes against Iran. CENTCOM assets targeted Iranian military operations centers, maritime capabilities, aircraft hangars, drone storage facilities, and military logistics infrastructure to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Over the past 3 months, Iran has attacked more than 30 commercial vessels transiting the international waterway vital for regional and global trade. The unwarranted attacks have endangered hundreds of innocent mariners and undermined freedom of navigation. Despite Iranian aggression, the Strait of Hormuz remains open for commercial vessel transit, says the U.S. military. Since early May, CENTCOM forces have helped facilitate the transit of approximately 900 commercial vessels and 450 billion barrels of crude oil. Before the war, about 130 vessels a day would go through the Strait of Hormuz. And here is the latest video of the night, the daily video they put out, where it's of the latest strikes, some of the latest strikes this evening. Let's take a look at their video here from U.S. Central Command. How long is it tonight? 1:08. Hold on a moment. I messed something up. I messed something up. I spelled something wrong. Hold on. I got to repost my post. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Let me just make sure I got this right. Okay. I want to watch the video with you. Tonight's U.S. strikes on Iran started at 7 p.m. ET and ended at 8:15 p.m. ET. Okay, that's right. Sorry. Spelled something wrong. Had to fix it. Anyways, okay. Let's go back to the video. Sorry for interrupting the video. Let's try this again. All right, they got some things blowing up. I don't know exactly what's blowing up. Is that a radar? I don't know. Let's go back and see. We got about 18 seconds of things blowing up. I don't know what those things are. Are they missiles? What are those? I don't know. What are these things? I don't know what these things are. I'm not sure, guys. You tell me. Looks like farm equipment, said one of the viewers. I don't know what that is. Decoys, some people said. Launchers. Anyways, I don't know. Oops. Yeah, I reposted the video on my X account, @Lookner on X. All right, let's take some comments from you guys. So this is quite interesting. I do wonder if for some reason the attacks were postponed. Well, part of me was thinking that the attacks were started late because Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War / Secretary of Defense Hegseth, was testifying on Capitol Hill, I think till around like 6:20 p.m. But even if they started late, I mean, we've seen them launch strikes later than they ended at. Well, actually, they ended at 4:45 a.m. Iran time. So, I mean, we're starting to get light, but I feel like we've seen some later than that. I don't know. Let me see if I have any updates here. But they said the strike stopped a half an hour ago. So, yeah. Now, what Mr. Bigley Uncredible said it seemed like a lot of strikes to me. Yeah, I mean, we heard about a lot of strikes in different areas, but there have been some nights where they went on for hours or there were multiple waves. And we'll have to see. We don't know what was hit. And you have Iran saying that their punitive action continues. So I expect that we're going to hear about Iran firing missiles or drones somewhere. Christopher Walker thinks the U.S. is running out of precision munitions? So we did hear about strikes in a number of places tonight. That is true. Trying to get you some more details on what happened. And we kept hearing about anti-aircraft fire. Vahid reported that he was hearing reports of anti-aircraft fire in Isfahan. And people were saying that, actually, you know what? I take it back. Not about Vahid. My clock was wrong. My inner clock was wrong. These strikes ended not at 4:45 a.m. Iran time. These strikes ended at 3:45 a.m. Iran time, because it's 4:19 right now. So these strikes didn't end because it was daylight out. They started at 7, which is 2:30 a.m. Iran time, and they ended at 8:15 Eastern time, 3:45 a.m. Iran time. So they didn't end because it was getting light out, because it was 3:45. So that's interesting. By the way, so Vahid was reporting. People were saying that around 4 a.m. Iran time, they were hearing air defense in Isfahan. Now, technically speaking, that's like 15 minutes after the strike stopped. Although, who knows, maybe there was some activity after the strikes officially stopped. I don't know. This is definitely the shortest strike period of any of the last 11 nights. I don't remember anyone that came close to being this short. Again, 1 hour and 15 minutes officially the time of the strikes tonight. But again, it's possible that it was delayed to start with because Secretary Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Kane were doing testimony in Congress, I think till around 6:30 p.m. Eastern or so. But again, it could have gone on for longer. That's the thing. We've seen it go later than this. See you later says short and sweet. My Lord says U.S. is low on budget. Hegseth needs money to continue this war. Clark WX says, strange that if you are in a war, you would advise everyone, including your enemy, that you have stopped strikes. Fletch thinks the strikes are petering out day by day. Donnie Moore says, lots of strikes. What exactly are we getting out of this? Anyone know? John S2, thank you, John S2. John S2 says, no chat, they did not run out of munitions. The assumptions have to stop. Thank you also, Aeneas. Thank you, Aeneas, for your support. And least trustworthy Weasel, thank you. Also, Live Animal. Live Animal said, could U.S. drop Iranian currency over Iranian Revolutionary Guard bases to make IRGC officers fight each other over the money and drive hyperinflation? I don't think that's a serious proposal from Live Animal. Thanks also, Aeneas. Aeneas says no missiles left. Aeneas, I haven't heard any specifics about any specific site being hit tonight. I'll let you know what I hear. And I'm interested to see if we start hearing about Iran firing missiles or drones soon. Strange. Very strange. Now, Vahid posted some photos and videos that he said are of a base in Bebahan that might have been attacked tonight. See if I can find out some more about this. I guess that would be an Iranian, in theory, Iranian military base. Oh, hold on a second. Let's see here. So Vahid is saying, I'm seeing some reports online, including from Vahid, claiming that a military base in Bebahan, Iran, in Khuzestan province may have been targeted tonight. You know, give me about, I need about 7 seconds here. We're going to take some more comments from you. Um, give me about, hold on. Where is this thing? Oh, I see here. Give me about 7 seconds.
They offend all of humanity.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Give me 7 seconds. I need 7 seconds. Things got a little confusing there. All right. 7 seconds. Hang on. All right. Thanks for your patience. Hey, thanks to Gilbert DeRilbert for the memberships. Gilbert DeRilbert gave 5 memberships, and Israel Bishop gave 5 memberships. Thank you, Israel Bishop. That's very kind of you. And Gilbert. Please thank Gilbert and Israel if you got memberships from them. Also, shout out to thanks to New Yorker 783 on Twitch, Andy and Austin on Twitch, who shot JR on Twitch. Kendra Fox, thank you on Twitch for your support. And also all of our moderators, people like Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Doug, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. And also, one moment here. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. And Michael Fergal, K. Lowry Body on Facebook. Thanks, Diane Allworth, for subscribing over there. Also, Andrea Holder, thanks for modding. And hang on one moment. I just need a moment. I just need a moment. What the strikes were 1 hour and 15 minutes tonight. Okay. Now, this is interesting. I hadn't seen this report before. Here's a new report. Look at the top one there from. Oh, hold on a second. Let me get this so I can see it. Give me a second. I'll read it to you. U.S. attack on areas in Kabudarahang in Hamadan province. As part of its aggressive actions, the American enemy attacked several areas in the Kabudarahang County with airstrikes a few hours ago. That's from state TV. Where is that? In Hamadan province. Let me pull it up on the map here. I think I found it. Here. Oops, you'll see it in a second. It's here. Kabudarahang. That's in, I don't know, we've reported on that before. That's in northwestern Iran. Apparently, several hours ago, there was some kind of attack in Kabudarahang. That's Kabudarahang County. There's also a Kabudarahang city. There's an airport there. I don't know if that was attacked. Oh, is that an air base? That says air base. I wonder if that was attacked. There's an air base there. Sharoki Air Base, it says. I do not know. Could that have been attacked tonight? I don't know. I'm pronouncing it wrong? I mean, that wouldn't be a surprise, would it? Let's see here. I have not heard about any kind of like nuclear facilities being hit or anything. I'm seeing a report here. Hold on a moment. By the way, Iran said that they were going to continue their attacks as well. So we have to keep an eye out for that. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump has formally approved a landmark agreement with Saudi Arabia that will provide Saudi Arabia with a civilian nuclear program and potentially open the door to uranium enrichment in the kingdom's territory. That is a new report from the Wall Street Journal, just coming out. Again, they say this is a big win for Saudi Arabia. The new deal, which would last 30 years, is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars. It is designed to give American companies a central role in developing Saudi Arabia's nuclear infrastructure while shutting out other foreign competitors. And also a key provision of the new accord, says the Wall Street Journal, would have American companies build a uranium enrichment facility in Saudi Arabia if a joint U.S.-Saudi study determined such a step would be warranted. The deal will prove controversial among many lawmakers who oppose the spread of nuclear technology in the volatile Middle East. All right, hold on a second here. Hang on. I want to mention this again. This is just coming out from the Wall Street Journal. I'll give you a quick summary in a second. Hang on. Give me one moment. Just give me a moment. The Wall Street Journal says it'll be difficult for lawmakers to block this because doing so would require a joint resolution and 2/3 majority vote to override Trump's veto. All right, hold on a moment. Again, just give me 1 sec and I'm going to mention this again. Very interesting news coming out of the Middle East tonight, guys. Is this going to work? Is this going to post correctly? I don't know. Let's try posting this and see what happens. Yes. All right. So really quick, a summary of what the Wall Street Journal is reporting. The Wall Street Journal reports that President Trump has approved a landmark nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia. They call this a big win for Saudi Arabia. They say that it would last 30 years. It's estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars. And it will provide Saudi Arabia with a civilian nuclear program and potentially open the door to uranium enrichment in Saudi Arabia. Now, uranium enrichment can be used to make nuclear weapons. By the way, Does Saudi Arabia have any nuclear reactors? Any nuclear power plants? No. Apparently they don't. Saudi Arabia has no nuclear power plants, says Wikipedia. So this is a 30-year deal to have the U.S. help Saudi Arabia develop a civilian nuclear program and potentially open the door to uranium enrichment in Saudi Arabia. And it gives American companies a central role in developing Saudi Arabia's nuclear infrastructure, and it shuts out foreign competitors. But also, if there's going to be, according to the Wall Street Journal, part of this deal is that there's going to be a joint U.S.-Saudi study on whether Saudi Arabia needs a uranium enrichment facility. And if the study says it does, then American companies will build a uranium enrichment facility in Saudi Arabia. Now, they say, the Wall Street Journal, that Trump administration believes that this will give the U.S. important control over Saudi Arabia's nuclear program. But some lawmakers, the Wall Street Journal thinks, will be skeptical of it because they are worried that it'll help spread nuclear technology in the Middle East. Interesting. As to in terms of let me just do something real quick here. Hang on. Gemini says most countries that run civilian nuclear reactors do not enrich their own uranium. Instead, they buy fuel from international suppliers such as the U.S., France, or international fuel banks. Okay, so I have to double check all this. What? Hold on a moment here. Oh, and CNN had an article saying that there might be such a deal a few days ago about this such a deal with Saudi Arabia, a nuclear deal. And let's see here. It said that this said what I also saw elsewhere. Most countries who have civilian nuclear reactors, most countries whose civilian nuclear reactors use enriched uranium, they don't enrich the uranium themselves. They buy enriched uranium by countries like US or Russia, or receive it in sealed shipments under strict international supervision. But this deal, I mean, it's a little unclear, but a part of the deal, I guess, leaves it open that Saudi Arabia could enrich its own uranium in the future. And I guess one issue with that is that I believe that the equipment you use to enrich uranium to a low degree to use in a nuclear reactor can then also enrich that uranium more to a level that it could be used in nuclear weapons. Now, Beth says, what do we get for that? Well, I assume it seems what the Wall Street Journal article suggests, a couple things. They suggest, I mean, good for American companies who are getting paid to do this stuff, and that it provides the U.S. some degree of control over the an oversight over the Saudi nuclear program. I guess that's what the article suggested. Um, I will have to read some more about it. Any 1877 says, could the U.S. give the Saudis Iran's uranium eventually? Anne Breedenstein says, what could possibly go wrong? But the CNN article from a few days ago about this possible deal said the deal was in limbo. And it didn't have everything the Wall Street Journal article had. The CNN article 3 days ago was that the Trump administration has tentatively agreed to allow Saudi Arabia to enrich uranium without enacting international safeguards intended to prevent nuclear weapons development. By the way, I'm guessing Iran might find this provocative. Just something, because remember, Iran and Saudi Arabia are enemies. So if I'm just going to guess, I'm no international relations expert. I'm guessing if Iran opens up their newspaper or their Wall Street Journal online with their limited internet, and they read that the U.S. is helping develop Saudi Arabia's nuclear program, and that under this deal, Saudi Arabia might be able to enrich uranium. I'm guessing Iran's not going to be overjoyed with that idea. Now, somebody else said in Israel. That's actually interesting. Joey Kenny says Israel. I have no idea. It would seem that I don't think Israel would be overjoyed with that, with having Saudi Arabia be able to have their own uranium enrichment capacity. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Prez says, nah, they'll be cool. They're chill about most stuff, he said about Iran. Ma Florida says Iran will send missiles to the reactor. Now, Kay says, why do we have to give permission? That's a good question, Kay. I don't know if one part of it is one part of it like a technological thing? Do they need our help? Or other equipment we might have, or expertise. Another idea is maybe that if they do it without U.S. approval, it would be like a huge problem for the U.S. and and it might spoil the relations or something. I don't know. Bad Doge thinks this is years down the road. Okay. Ma Florida thinks Bibi Netanyahu will be going nuts over this. Update. Oh, this is not an update. I thought we had an update. So, well, Mayor News just posted this, but I think this is the press release from like a half an hour ago. Mayor News just posted this 1 minute ago. They said the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced the operations by Iran's armed forces to punish the aggressor United States, which began early this morning, are still ongoing. But I think that's just the press release they posted like 45 minutes ago. I don't think that's a brand new announcement. Oh, I do have a report of another attack also. I didn't see this before. Bahrain. Tasnim says, early Wednesday morning, now this would have been about 2 hours ago, actually. About 2 hours ago, a location outside the city limits of Bahrain, Iran, was targeted by an enemy attack. Where's Bahrain? Bahrain, Kurdistan province, Iran. I don't know that we've talked about Bahrain before. That is way up here. Wow, hold on. Bahrain is right near Iraq. Oh, it's in Kurdistan province. That's interesting. That's right near Iraq. Bahrain. Oh, yeah, they said that's a U.S. attack. I don't know what was attacked up there. That was from Tasnim. Oh, I'm sorry. It said July 31st. I know the dates I think are off because it's not July. I think it's the Persian calendar. So it gets translated as July, but it's not July. It's whatever Persian month it is right now. It's I think it's TIR, TIR 31 maybe. I think. I don't know why it translates it to July. So it's the month is not July. It's a Persian calendar month. Oh, we're hearing about more strikes. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Airstrikes confirmed in Elam province. I guess there were more strikes than we knew about. This is new from Iran State Media Mirror. Airstrikes confirmed in Elam province, in several areas of Elam province. An hour ago, the areas of Shivar and Abdanan in Elam province were targeted. The governor of Abdanan confirmed the airstrikes in the Dinarka area of Abdanan. Bezad Noor Mohammadi said this attack resulted in no casualties. Furthermore, an airstrike in the Anark area of Chivar achieved a fire in a natural resource lands? Caused a fire in natural resource lands? What's natural resource lands, guys? What's that? That I'm confused about. Some people are saying oil. Somebody said forest. I don't know. I asked Gemini, who thought it might refer to state-protected wildlands, like rangelands and forests and watersheds and conservation zones. I don't know. I don't know if by natural resources it could mean something like oil. Anyways, this is Shivar and Abdanan. All right, I found Elam province. Okay, so there's Abdanan. And Abdanan is in, that's interesting. That's another one of those, a number of these strikes in western Iran, kind of close to Iraq. That's not crazy close. Now, that's still about, 20 miles away from Iraq or something. So Abdanan there. So I don't know where in Abdanan was hit. In the Dinakur area of Abdanan. I'm not seeing Dinakur on there, but I don't know where it is. Anyways, somewhere in the area of Abdanan, there was something hit. Oopsie. Somehow I got the map off the screen. And then also in Chivar. wonder if it's spelled differently. I'll see if I can find it. Chawar or Chur? Chawar? Chur, Iran? Can't find it. Can't find it. Anyways. Son of Revolution thinks it's likely government land where they have tunnels. Similar report from State TV. They say, Iran State TV says there were airstrikes in Elam province. An area comprising Chivar and Abdanan in Elam province was targeted by airstrikes an hour ago, according to the governor there. Will we see give me a moment here. Will we see, Iran said, they released, the Revolutionary Guard said a short while ago they were going to continue, they're continuing their retaliation attacks. We haven't heard anything yet. By the way, here's a report from today from, oh, we should let you hear what President Trump said today about Iran. Hey, this is from Reuters today. Tankers with Saudi crude turn back as Houthis open new front in U.S.-Iran war. 2 oil tankers. Hey, I actually didn't hear this. 2 oil tankers carrying Saudi crude to Asia reversed course in the Red Sea on Tuesday after threats from Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthis. I hadn't heard this, guys. Because there's this question, are the Houthis going to start attacking shipping in the Red Sea and the Bab al-Mandab Strait? Just yesterday, they declared a blockade on ships going into and out of Iran. Hold on here. Tankers with Saudi crude turn back. Hold on, I'm going to get to this in a second. Yes, so Marine Traffic posted about it too. They said, according to Marine Traffic data, the first operational response to heightened security risks in the Red Sea is now visible. 2 laden crude tankers, the Singapore-flagged Xinlong Yang and the Liberia-flagged Rhodos, have altered their planned voyages after departing Saudi Arabia. Xinlong Yang departed Yanbu on July 26th at 4:31, I think, local time, with the reported destination of China before turning back in the Red Sea. Rhodos departed Saudi Arabia on 20 July at 23:40 UTC with a reported destination of New Mangalore, India. Earlier today, that ship updated her reported destination to the Suez Canal. Let me show you what Reuters said about that. 2 oil tankers carrying Saudi crude to Asia reversed course in the Red Sea on Tuesday after threats from Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthis as a widening Middle East conflict disrupted shipping through 2 of the world's most critical energy choke points. The Houthis, who control northern and western Yemen, including the coast of the mouth of the Red Sea, announced a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia yesterday. This opened a potential new front in the war, which has killed thousands of people across the Gulf since it began on February 28th. With U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran. In a letter to shippers, the Houthis threatened to attack any ships that load or discharge Saudi oil. President Trump had said that the Houthis had not yet shut the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, the Gate of Tears Strait, leading to the Red Sea, and threatened to act against them if they did. So far, it hasn't happened, Trump said. If something like that happens, we take care of it. We should, our viewer, Randy, sorry, not Randy. Hello, thanks Randy French for watching though. Our viewer, where it just flew by here. P.S. Fraser says, "A disaster if the Red Sea gets shut." Yeah, Paul, I saw some stories about it like 10 hours ago. I hadn't seen it though. I just saw it now. JD63 says, so much for total control. By the way, so what we're talking about is the Red Sea. So remember, Iran has essentially shut down, or mostly shut down, the Strait of Hormuz here. Another vital waterway for shipping is the Red Sea, which is here. Here's the Red Sea, and here is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Narrow exit to the Red Sea. The Houthis are in Yemen. The Houthis are currently, they've been, well, there was a ceasefire going on for several years, but hostilities have recently been increasing between the Houthis in Yemen and Saudi Arabia. So the idea is that, where is it here? Is that, what happened to my thing? Oh no. I had a little thing I was using to write. And where did my marker go? Where did my marker, hold on, I got to add this in now. Hang on. There it is. There it is right there. Okay, I got it. All right, is this going to work? Let's see here. All right, so ships, Saudi Arabia, they haven't been able to ship out their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So what they've been doing is they have been taking a bunch of oil, Saudi Arabia, and using a pipeline and sending it this way. Oops, I got to fix this. I need my options. I got to fix, that's not big enough. Settings. We want that. We want that. Okay, let's go back here. All right, so Saudi Arabia, what they've been doing is they've been shipping their oil in a pipeline across the country and then taking it out this way. But the Houthis are threatening, they have now said that they're going to have a naval blockade, which I don't know what everything they said, but they said any ship, no ships can deliver, I believe, what'd they say, load or unload Saudi oil? The Houthis said they threaten to attack any ships that load or discharge Saudi oil. So are they going to start attacking ships, you know, in the Red Sea and the Bab al-Mandeb Strait? If this gets cut off here, if ships can't leave through here, then that's a lot more oil that won't be able to get out. Some of it can go through, I guess, the Suez Canal up here, but it's expected that it would really slow down. It'd be a big slowdown for shipping and oil. A second key body of water. So that's something to keep an eye on. I want to mention something more about that, but before I do, I need to thank a couple people. Hold on. Give me a second here. Yes, you could go around Africa, but that takes, I think, an extra 2,700 miles. All right, bear with me. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second here. Oh, Vahid is reporting air defense again, guys. Vahid says there's a bunch of air defense going off. One of our viewers mentioned Vahid online. Anyone else reporting it? So Vahid says that about 10 minutes ago, air defense operating in eastern Tehran, in the Tehran area, in Tehran, in some parts of Tehran. Okay. New reports from Vahid of air defense active again in some parts of Tehran around 10 minutes ago. So I don't know what's up with that. But Vahid got a bunch of reports from people about 10 minutes ago saying that there's air defense activity in being heard in some different parts of Tehran. Ali BK is saying it too. So why is air defense going off again in Tehran? I don't know. We'll see if we hear anything more. Train Finder Craig says so much for strikes being over, but is it U.S.? Yeah, I haven't heard any reports of strikes yet, so we'll see. Hey, by the way, big thanks. 8-6, I think, gave 50 more memberships. Is that right, 8-6? I think 8-6 gave 50 more memberships. 8-6 GOP forever. 8-6, thank you so much. That is really nice of you. I really appreciate it. Very generous of 8-6. I think 8-6 has given 100 memberships tonight. 100 memberships. Thank you, 8-6. Very generous of you. And please thank 8-6 if you got a membership from 8-6, or if you got a membership from somebody else or a gift sub, please thank them. Also, thank you to Victorious Production, who thinks that there was strikes in Iranian Kurdistan as retribution for the U.S. soldier killed in Iraqi Kurdistan. Those cities are where Iran launches ballistic missiles at Kurdish forces in Iraq. You may be right. I'm not sure. The soldier in Iraq died, according to the U.S. military, during an operation involving a downed Iranian drone. Right? It was an operation, where is it here? I had it up here. Yeah, a controlled detonation of a downed one-way attack drone in Iraq. So I don't know. You might be right about that, Victorious Production. I don't know. Thank you so much, Victorious Production. Also, Aeneas. Aeneas has some figures. I cannot verify those figures. Aeneas had some figures about supposed depletion of U.S. missile arsenal in the Iran war since Epic Fury. Thank you, Aeneas 6547, for your support. There was a mention in the, we talked about this. I don't know. I don't have inside information on the U.S. military. The Washington Post had a, oh, hold on. Can I find the article with that quote? Yeah, the Washington Post had an article a couple days ago, and they said, where is that? I'm trying to find the quote. They had a quote from a U.S. official who claimed that the U.S. was having some problems with shortage of some munitions. And I'm trying to find you. Is this it? Yes. Look, I can't verify these numbers or whether this is true or not. You can see here, this is a article from the Washington Post on July 20th, 10:50 a.m. They say, the U.S. is planning for a wider war, said one U.S. official familiar with internal administration discussions. But the official, speaking on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to talk to the media, cautioned that the expansion of U.S. operations will be limited by dwindling stockpiles of air defense and long-range munitions and constraints on the ability to surge more troops and aircraft into the area because of battle damage. Maybe to bases. We do not have enough to safely sustain operations, and I don't think the White House is aware of that, the official said. Now, I don't know if that's true. So I just want to mention that. Thank you, Hardstyle Mofo 13 for your support, and also Hell of a Time 77. Thanks so much for your support. Who says 11 nights now and the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. What have we really achieved? Now we hear Houthis announce Saudi naval blockade threatening new front in U.S.-Iran war. We'll talk more about the Houthis. I need a moment here. I haven't seen in the last few minutes any new reports of strikes. I'll say that. So we're keeping an eye out for that. Give me a second here. Here is an update from the Washington Post about ships. Oops, why am I hearing volume? Sorry. It's hearing volume from something. Okay, that's better. The Post says, ships bound for Saudi Arabia turn around in sign of new Red Sea blockade by the Houthis. A large cargo ship bound for Saudi Arabia was turned back Tuesday by Houthi rebels in Yemen, one of 6 vessels that reversed course as the Iran-aligned group began enforcing its announced Red Sea blockade, according to ship tracking data and analysis by the maritime firm Lloyd's List. Continuing toward Saudi ports would put the ship at risk of targeting in any location within the operational reach of the Yemeni armed forces, said the Houthi-run Humanitarian Operations Coordination Center, warned in an email to the operator of the Chinese-owned vessel Lloyd's List reported. The email said the Lu Jiangko's transit clearance had been canceled. That was a large cargo ship bound for Saudi Arabia. Hold on. So is this today? Let's see. Hold on here. Yeah, so I have it on marine traffic. Hold on, I can show you from marinetraffic.com. I think this is the ship. So, Li Jiangku. Spelled right. Let me just show you here. Now this says it's a vehicles carrier. It's a big tanker. It's a vehicles carrier sailing under the flag of the Marshall Islands. So anyways, I think this might be it. Why? Because look at the ship. Saudi Arabia, so in theory, it would have been going to go up the Red Sea. It was going to go to some sort of port in Saudi Arabia. But it looks like it was heading towards the strait, the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. See? And then it turned around. Look at the path of it. It just turns around. I can play it for you. And that's starting on July 21st. That's like 10 p.m. It's like 24 hours ago. Look, you can see it there. See? Hold on, I'll speed it up a bit. Look what happens. It's going, and then what happens? Oh, I guess we can't. Then it turns around. So it turned around. Now it's heading the other way. That's the Lu Jiangko. Anyways, numerous other vessels Tuesday passed through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the channel separating the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea, even amid the first indications the blockade announced a day earlier would be enforced there. The Houthi announcement raised concerns that a widening Iran war could add to the economic turmoil caused by the ongoing disruptions to oil shipping. Just to be clear, I mean, it's unclear with the Houthis. They've had hostilities with Saudi Arabia in the past, and they've flared up lately. That doesn't, in theory, this could be a separate thing than the Iran war. Although there's some question as to how much of the Houthis doing this whole blockade thing is just them being involved in hostilities with Saudi Arabia, and how much of it is them doing something that the Iran wants them to do related to the Iran war. Already, a Red Sea blockade risks shutting another key shipping route. Already, 10% of global oil shipments have been halted by disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz, which has been largely shut by Iranian threats and mines since the U.S. and Israel launched the war 5 months ago. If successful, the Houthis' move could reduce global supply of oil by an estimated 7%. The maritime intelligence company Windward said in a report Tuesday, the Hormuz southern corridor is at a near standstill after a run of tanker strikes, and a declared Houthi blockade is pushing the risk west into the Red Sea. But no attacks yet on commercial vessels in the Red Sea or Bab el-Mandeb Strait have been reported since the Houthis announced the naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, their longtime adversary. Yes, the Liu Jiangkou is a vehicle carrier. I had the right boat. The Liu Jiangkou, a vehicle carrier operated by Chinese shipping company COSCO Shipping Specialized Carriers, had been sailing in the Gulf of Aden toward the Red Sea, bound for the port of Jeddah, but made a U-turn. According to ship tracking data, we just saw this. COSCO did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The scope of the blockade is not clear. 3 Saudi-linked tankers crossed or approached the strait on Tuesday, despite the Houthi threat. In other traffic remained steady. In addition to the Liu Jiangkou, 2 Hong Kong oil tankers bound for Saudi Arabia's Yanbu port made an abrupt U-turn in the Arabian Sea, Lloyd's List reported. New Prime later changed it, and then another ship changed its destination from the Yanbu to the Suez Canal in Egypt. And also an Indian tanker also made a U-turn in the Arabian Sea. Desh Virat. 2 additional tankers changed course while heading southeast from Saudi ports to the strait, according to ship tracking data in Lloyd's List. Okay, so again, I was showing you this ship here, which is this vehicle carrier, the Liu Jiangkou. It was headed towards eventually Jeddah. Jeddah's up here. So this ship, the Liu Jiangkou, was supposed to go through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and then go up to Jeddah, which is up here. But it ended up not going. It ended up turning around. We showed you this before. Sped up. Here it is. It was going towards the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, but look what it ended up doing. It ended up turning around. Wow. Now it's all the way out here. And no, this is not closed, but we don't know. A number of ships, a number of ships. The Houthis are saying basically it's closed to ships that are going to Iran, that are going to Saudi Arabia, but it's not clear. They haven't attacked any ships yet. Marianne Sells says turning around for safety, maybe. Where is the, I was going to look up another ship, the Desh Virat. I wonder if we can see that one. Oh, we can watch another one turn around. I think there's another one that turned around that I can show you on the map. Yes, the Desh Virat, which is an oil tanker that sails under the flag of India. So, similarly, the Desh Virat was headed towards, it looked like it was headed towards the entrance to the Red Sea here, the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, but it turned around too. And again, this is just basically starting about 24 hours ago. There's the path. Can I do this here? Is this going to work? Oh, there it is. Here, look. So there's the Desh Virat, and it turned around too. Wow. Turned around. One of our viewers, Mel Style, says, Trump, the Red Sea needs you. Again, you were looking at marine traffic. You can go to marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Archon says they need to stop this. I might have to post that news. That's interesting about the 6 ships that have turned around, they report. I'm going to post that in a second. Oh, I have more about the new agreement with Saudi Arabia. I'm going to show you something about that. I am going to show you something about that. Give me one more second here. Okay, I'm going to actually post this Washington Post article if I can. Do a gift link. I'll post this. I'm gonna post this article in the chat too. It should be a gift link, so you should be able to see it, even if you don't subscribe. But I need 2 seconds so I can post it. So there's that. And then I'm going to post the link in the chat. Hopefully you can check this out if you want to. That's about the blockade in the Houthi blockade they say they're doing in the Red Sea. And the Bab al-Mandeb Strait against ships that are related to Saudi Arabia. I have to go back and see what the exact blockade is. I think it involves ships coming and going to Saudi Arabia, but maybe it's certain ones. Hold on, I'm just getting this posted. Yeah, that's like a potentially huge story. That's a potentially huge story. Do I have the graphic that came with that? Hold on. Oh. Where's the graphic? There's supposed to be a graphic. It's not there. Okay. All right, give me a moment. One moment. GMI says another Wildberries logistics facility has been hit in Russia? Really? That's going on as well. Hold on. We'll talk about that in a second. Yes. In Krasnodar, apparently. In recent days, Ukraine keeps striking these distribution centers, logistics facilities for basically Russia's Amazon. It's called Wildberries, and there's a report that there's a new big fire at a Wildberries, and I believe it's in Krasnodar, in Russia. A new attack on a Wildberries facility with a huge fire burning. So I'll keep an eye on that. Looks like an enormous fire. What is this? Hold on. Fahid posted something. Fahid is claiming that someone claims that a garrison in Hamadan was attacked in Iran. Now I'm really confused. I'm a little confused by the Vahid message. It sounds like he's updated about some. He's updating about some attacks that happened several hours ago. Vahid doesn't sound like it's new ones. Sorry, I'm looking at a bunch of things. Oh, we didn't even talk about oil prices. I keep jumping back and forth. Let's talk about oil prices here. Brent crude is up. Brent crude is up again. It's up about 0.88%. Brent crude is now at 92.47. It's creeping up. Remember, Brent crude was about 70 or so at the start of the war, which is back here. This is in February here in March. Then during the war, it got all the way up to, I think, around 120. Then when the Memorandum of Understanding came out and there was all this talk about negotiations, I think it went down to about 70 again. And now it's up to 92.51. Okay. So 92.51. A few weeks ago, it was back down to around 70. About less than 3 weeks ago. Now it's at 92.53. Similarly, with U.S. crude, WTI is up over 1% today. And similar graph there, U.S. crude WTI, that before the war, it was in like the mid, 66 or so. Then it went way up during the war, well over 100 at some point. And then it went down, and it was back down to about 66 or 67 or so a few weeks ago. And now it's up to 85. The anonymous prepper channel says 120 incoming. Well, again, I think this, I do think this Houthi the Houthi claimed blockade in the Red Sea could be a very big story. Haver Hilly Bike thinks a new all-time high is incoming. All right, hang on a moment. Just give me a moment here. I want to check. We're going to talk about the deal with Saudi Arabia, but actually, Exile Nova Plus is now saying that it looks like there's a second Wild Berries attack tonight. They say in Nevinomisk. All right. I'll have to keep looking for that. I want to get a post I can post to that in a bit. All right. Hang on a second. Hang on a moment. Oh, Exile Nova posted about it. I'm going to post a link to Exile Nova's post, who says they have a bunch of photos and videos. They have some photos and videos posted of what they according to Exile Nova Plus. They say Ukrainian forces have struck one of Wildberry's largest and most important logistics hubs. Wildberry's is like Amazon in Russia, and they say it's in Krasnodar. And I'm seeing online some crazy photos and videos of this fire going on. But apparently they attacked a second Wildberries hub tonight too. So again, we're not focusing on that, but I posted a link in the chat and I posted one on, it's on my X account too, @Lookner. I still haven't heard about Iranian response to new Iranian attacks yet. But what I did tell you is we were going to talk for a second about this deal with Saudi Arabia that's making news tonight. Hey guys, look, here it is. Here is something about Saudi Arabia. Trump approves nuclear agreement that may allow Saudi Arabia to enrich uranium, two AP sources say. Now, enriched uranium is used in some nuclear power plants, but I believe most countries that have nuclear power plants that use enriched uranium, they don't enrich their own uranium. But if you can enrich your own uranium, from what I understand, for nuclear power plants, you could also, in theory, use that equipment you have to enrich it even further to be nuclear bomb level enriched uranium. Hold on. Thanks to Crypto King for your support. Thanks, Crypto King, for shouting out the mods as well. Really appreciate it, Crypto King. Okay, let's talk about this. Hi, saying hi says, I'm sure Israel will love that. I was saying before that I understand. I don't think Iran, I think, will be very upset with this because they're an enemy of Saudi Arabia. President Trump has approved an agreement with Saudi Arabia that could potentially provide Saudi Arabia with uranium enrichment capability for its civilian nuclear program, according to two people familiar with the matter. Let me say something else here. You know, there's supposed to be negotiations going on between U.S. and Saudi Arabia and U.S. and Iran, right? But those are not going on right now. But the memorandum of understanding was supposed to start off the 60-day period where the U.S. and Iran could try to iron out their differences. But a big difference, reportedly, between Iran and the U.S. is that Iran wants to keep what it calls its civilian nuclear enrichment capacity. And supposedly, Trump doesn't want that. He doesn't want them to be able to keep enriching uranium. I guess because the idea is like not trusting them that they'll only use it for civilian needs. But if you're Iran now and the U.S. says to you, no, you can't have an enrichment capability, even if you say you're going to use it for just civilian nuclear weapons. I mean, might Iran just look at this and say, but you're letting Saudi Arabia have nuclear enrichment capacity. They're our enemy. And you're helping them get it. So I don't know if that could present a problem for the negotiations. I don't know that there was going to be a deal anyway, but I find it hard to believe that Iran's going to think it's a great idea, going to be enthralled by the idea of giving in to U.S. demands to give up even their civilian enrichment capacity when their enemy is now going to possibly get the civilian enrichment capacity. Can't imagine it helps. Haas Dog thinks the cocks are over. All right, let's look at some of this. President Trump, hold on a second here. Give me one sec. President Trump has approved an agreement with Saudi Arabia that could potentially provide Saudi Arabia with uranium enrichment capability for its civilian nuclear program, according to two people familiar with the matter. The people, who were not authorized to comment publicly about the yet-to-be formally announced decision, said the agreement is expected to be announced publicly as early as tomorrow. The deal is expected to last 30 years and is also expected to involve U.S. firms in developing the program. The deal could allow for the building of a uranium enrichment facility in Saudi Arabia following a joint U.S.-Saudi study. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the decision, which was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. Both Trump and former President Biden tried to reach a nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia to share American technology. But non-proliferation experts warn any spinning centrifuges within Saudi Arabia that would be used to enrich uranium could open the door to a possible weapons program for Saudi Arabia, something its assertive crown prince has suggested he could pursue if Tehran obtains an atomic bomb. Already, Saudi Arabia and nuclear-armed Pakistan signed a mutual defense pact after Israel launched an attack on Qatar targeting Hamas officials. Pakistan's defense minister then said his nation's nuclear program will be made available to Saudi Arabia if needed, something seen as a warning for Israel, long believed to be the Middle East's only nuclear-armed state. Enrichment is not an automatic path to a nuclear weapon. A nation must also master other steps, including the use of synchronized high explosives, for instance. But it does open the door to weaponization, which has fueled the concerns of the West over Iran's program. The UAE, a neighbor to Saudi Arabia, signed what is referred to as a 1-2-3 agreement with the U.S. to build its Barakah nuclear power plant with South Korean assistance, but the UAE did so without seeking enrichment, something non-proliferation experts have held up as the gold standard for nations wanting atomic power. Laura Hunter says the plot thickens. JTB says, cool nuclear 9/11 next. Thanks for loving Saudi Arabia. Rob Luminary says, well, that wasn't on my bingo card. Truthway does not think this is a good decision. One of our viewers said, Allistic says that is a fairly major plot twist, the equalizer. Maverick Pixel thinks this isn't good at all. JRP and GA says it does turn out that the USA did forget. TM816 says equalizer could turn on us later. Amos Kenny says, but it will be under the U.S. fully. Dr. McRib says, I wonder what the Saudis gave Trump in return. Thank you, John Kaplan, for your support. And also, Rick Sanchez. Thanks for your support, Rick Sanchez. Rick Sanchez thinks enriching uranium is a huge deal as Saudi Arabia wanted it for many decades. Big thanks also to Bad Doge. Bad Doge says 47 on Mount Rushmore sounds good to me. Hey, Bad Doge, that's very kind of you. Very generous. Thanks for your support. Melissa Terry says, I think it was a very strong move for the USA for the moment. I'm not saying it's correct. Let's see if we have any updates about Iran. Hold on. I'm going to post a link to another video from the Wildberries facility. I don't own the rights to it, but it's pretty crazy. OSINT Technical posted it. Huge fire at a Wildberries facility in Krasnodar. That's like Russian Amazon. Wonder if I do have here. I don't think I do. Hang on. Give me one moment. Let me see. There's a chance I have some older footage of the Wildberries thing. Let's just see here. Let's just see here. I don't think I do. What is happening here? Why can't I see anything? Here is just a report on that, a little more on that new deal from with the U.S. and Saudi Arabia for nuclear energy technology. Now, Reuters says Trump to seek Congress approval for Saudi Arabia nuclear energy pact that lacks safeguards, sources say. From again, what the Wall Street Journal said is that you would need two-thirds of Congress to that to stop it, Congress would have to pass joint resolutions and then have two-thirds support for it in each house to prevent the president's veto. But I'm not sure about this. The Trump administration. All right, so this is interesting. Reuters says the Trump administration plans to submit to Congress a pact with Saudi Arabia to share nuclear power technology that does not include safeguards the U.S. has long said would stop materials being used in nuclear weapons programs, two sources told Reuters. The sources said the administration would submit to Congress within days a document known as a 123 agreement that will be signed by U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright and Saudi Energy Minister Abdul Aziz bin Salman. The agreement refers to Section 123 of the U.S. Atomic Energy Act of 1954 and is required to permit the U.S. government and American companies to work with entities in the kingdom to develop a multi-billion-dollar civil nuclear industry. The agreement does not include the gold standard that would block Saudi Arabia from enriching uranium and reprocessing spent nuclear fuel, both of which are potential pathways to nuclear weapons. The agreement also does not include the additional protocol which grants the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency broad and more intrusive oversight of a country's nuclear activities, such as the power to carry out snap inspections at undeclared locations, said the sources. One of the sources said the administration will submit the agreement as soon as Wednesday, and another said it would be submitted in a week or so. A third, who did not say whether the agreement lacked safeguards, said it would be submitted soon. Wright has said that the preliminary agreement was not about enrichment and contained all the non-proliferation standards in the Atomic Energy Act, which are among the strongest in the world. One of the sources said the agreement provides a legal pathway for cooperation on the nuclear fuel cycle, which includes uranium enrichment, but does not obligate the U.S. to transfer any related capabilities or technology to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has long said that if Iran developed a nuclear weapon, Saudi Arabia would too, fueling concern among arms control advocates and some U.S. lawmakers over a civil nuclear deal. The Crown Prince told CBS in 2018 that Saudi Arabia does not want to acquire any nuclear bomb, but without a doubt, if Iran developed a nuclear bomb, we will follow suit as soon as possible. The kingdom has also said that it wants to reserve the right to enrich uranium. Once 123 agreements are submitted to Congress, they go into a period of review about 90 days of continuous congressional sessions for lawmakers to object, or they go into force. To block the agreement, it says at the bottom, Congress would need to pass a joint resolution and have a 2/3 majority, I believe in both houses, to override any presidential veto. Dan says this is going to end so well. Boba J. Fed says nukes for all. Pumbaa says, literally, what could go wrong with barring the IAEA from being able to monitor these sites? JD63 thinks it's not a good look. Omega Survival says, Trump is getting it done. I'm interested to seeing what we hear during the daytime as some feedback to that. Oh, Yaroslav Trofimov says 5 out of the top 10 Wildberries hubs have now been hit. Wow. I'm going to post a link to his post. So Yaroslav is with Wall Street Journal. Remember, Wildberries is like the Amazon of Russia. And Ukraine just started hitting Wildberries logistics sites, big, big centers, huge centers where they, I guess, bring goods and ship the goods and all that, and store the goods. So currently now, because 2 have been hit tonight, 5 out of the top 10 Wildberries hubs in Russia have been hit in the last few days. And I mean, it sounds like maybe this is something that, now I believe that Zelensky, when he posted about this, but didn't say Wildberries by name, but what he said was something like that these facilities are used to ship goods that help the Russian military, trying to say they're like, they that they're helping goods get to the military. But at the same time, it's very possible, it seems like, that these strikes are designed to make average Russians feel the impact of this war. I mean, because my guess is this will impact a bunch of average Russians. Anyways, I don't have the rights to the video. I posted it on my X account. My X account's at Lookner, so you can go there and check it out. But I posted the link in the chat as well. But these are the big fires from these places. Evelyn in Maine says, jamming them up. Sign of the Times says, Barry's gone wild. Sharkingly says they sell drones and tactical gear. It's interesting. We didn't after, I was hearing of some different Iranian attacks today. Like I heard earlier today, like sirens in Bahrain and that kind of thing. But we didn't hear, I mean, the U.S. strikes only went on for an hour and 15 minutes tonight. But we didn't hear, so I haven't heard so far of any announcements about Iranian strikes after that. I am now seeing Iranian state media start to report on this story. For example, Mirror News. Here is Iran state media. They're starting to report on this Saudi Arabia story, where you can see here. Mirror News. Look at the bottom there. Trump approves Saudi Arabia's acquisition of uranium enrichment infrastructure. Now, Mayor Iranian state media says that this is a move that represents a clear shift and disregards President Trump's previous claims. Hey, thanks, Rick Campbell, by the way. Rick said he can't play the repost on X. I can't, once in a while a viewer will say, this thing you reposted, I can't play it. I don't have any control over that. I mean, they're all things that I can play. I don't know if it's I don't know that you're in another country. Sometimes people in different countries have a problem playing things. But, all the reposts, I've made 3 reposts about Ukraine in the last few minutes, and all of them are working on my timeline. So I'm sorry if it's not working for you, but there's nothing I can do about it. No, I'm not going to post it again because then people get annoyed you post it again. But I can clearly see it's working here. So I'm sorry if it's not working for you. Maybe try a different browser? I don't know. Night Owl says works for me. So again, I am sorry you can't see it, but unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. Check on a phone maybe. Twitter app, X app, not Twitter, X app on the phone. Try that if you haven't. Thanks also to Israel Bishop. Israel Bishop says if World War III is fought, World War IV is fought with sticks and stones. Albert Einstein. Thanks also to David Puckett. Thanks, David. Thank you for your donation. I appreciate it. Thank you for your donation. Also, Josiah Waters Josiah claims that there's a CIA report that says Iran still has 5,600 plus missiles as of July 20th. I'm not sure which report you're talking about. Maybe there was some article about it, Josiah. I haven't seen one recently. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not sure where that's coming from. You can write to me on X if you want and send me a link if you have it. Thanks, UB13081. Thanks, Don, who says Trump just met with Saudis this week, a love fest. Did he? I don't even remember. I was going to show you guys what Trump said today during his appearance. I don't know if he met. Did he meet with them? I don't know. Maybe he did. That I cannot confirm. Hold on a second here. Hey, let me shout out quickly also. I want to shout out our subscribers on subscribers on Twitch. I'm sorry. Our X viewers. Thank you to our viewers on X. Our subscribers on Twitch who support the channel, like Devil Doc and Wall Street and Shaggy and Larry Fowl and Travrake and Night Owl and Zambo and Seed Music. Thanks for supporting the channel over there, Maverick, and thanks for watching Maverick Pixel and others watching over there too. Also, thanks to Dodo Bird for subscribing. And thanks to New Yorker 783 for your support over there, and Who Shot JR, and Johnny B. Dabbin for subscribing. Johnny B. Dabbin subscribed over there on Twitch. Hey, also our Facebook subscribers like Diane Allworth, Kristen McConnell Gates, Kay Lowry Body, and our other Facebook subscribers, thank you. And our YouTube members, shout out to them. People like Jesse James, Dean R., Knox Corvus, PVC Swede, Michael Avery, Omega Survival, Dean R., Harper Ann, Gregory Scherer, Pasta Sasta, Lori Durstein, CAC, Joe Gray, JD63, Israel Bishop, Lifespaces Builder Corp, Rita, JD, Harper Ann. And thanks again for all the memberships tonight. People like 86, thanks for the memberships. Louis R., and Blackhawk Command. We had a lot of people giving memberships. Thank you. All right, now. Shazbot says, I don't think the Republicans will even go for Saudi Arabia having nuclear anything. We'll have to see. Should we take a look at, because I wasn't on for it earlier. We don't have to watch his whole appearance, but I kind of want to look at what President Trump had to say about Iran earlier today. He made some statements at the White House. Hang on a moment here. Here. He was with the president of Lebanon. And all right, here we go. Let's take a look at some of the things President Trump said today in his appearance. I got it. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the screen earlier today. Why is this acting all weird? Off. Oh, I'm sorry. Rick Campbell, I got your message. Thank you, Rick. Rick was having a different issue with X. Rick, I think if you look at X on the web and not the app, I think that will solve it for you. If you look at X on the web and not the app, if that makes sense. Try that. Thank you, Rick Campbell, for your support. Also, thanks to Pamela Carey for your support. Thanks, Pamela, for the gift membership. All right, let's look at, for a moment, what President Trump said earlier today. He took some questions, talked about Iran a bit. So let's listen to this. Hang on. Let's do this real quick. I think this is right when the questions start. We can forward through when he's not talking about Iran. But why am I not hearing anything? I should be hearing something in a second. Let's try this again. All right, clearly I'm not hearing anything. So something, oh, I know what was wrong. I messed up. I
have two questions, one for you. President Trump, as you work to expand the Abraham Accords, Lebanon still enforces a 1955 law criminalizing contact with Israel for over 70 years. You previously stated you would push Lebanon on this issue. And there is some people still going to prison last month. So did you raise it you will raise it with President?
I'm going to forward through this question and answer. All right, I want to focus on the Iran stuff. All right, next question.
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front?
Well, we'll have to see what happens. So far, it hasn't happened, might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before. And we haven't heard from them in a while since we did what we did originally. That was about 45 days of very powerful action we took against the Houthis. And we've had no problem with the Houthis. They've had no problem with us for a long period of time, including during this conflict. I think that if there is something like that, we'll just have to take care of business.
The Parliament rejected the agreement between Lebanon and Israel and he said it's a sedition. It's going to cause.
I want to skip through this question and answer, getting to the Iran stuff. It's another Lebanon question. Another Lebanon question. Again, we're not focusing on that right now, so I want to stick to the Iran stuff. Oh, Iran question here. Iran question.
Is planning to ask you.
Well, I'll look at.
Are you prepared to take any steps, additional steps to put?
Let me get to the start of the question.
They're also becoming much more self-sufficient. And we will be speaking about that. That's one of the subjects we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, the Lebanese army said today that Israeli forces opened fire in proximity to the Lebanese trying to deploy in one of these pilot zones. This is day 2 of the pilot zones. Are you prepared to take any steps, additional steps to put pressure on Israel to withdraw, which I believe President Aoun is planning to ask you?
Well, I'll look at, I just heard about that before this conference just happened, and we'll be looking at that, yeah.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan to just keep bombing until
how would
they
you
give
know
up?
if there are no signs? What, you know something that I don't know?
Well, they continue to attack our allies.
Yeah, but you don't know what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are
you know
still
something that I
possible,
don't know. You know something I don't know.
Well, tell us.
I will tell you. They want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
So the
Mr. President, are you planning on putting any pressure or consequences on China for what you announced about the meddling in the 2020 election?
Well, we're going to talk to them.
I'm focusing on the Iran questions here. Hold on. I think the next question is an Iran question.
You know, they don't like talking about that. They don't like talking about Venezuela, where we lost no people. I'll be going to Dover for something that I feel it's a great honor for me to do it. These are people that want it, and they feel like I do, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. It's a very simple dictum. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have. They're not going to. They have no chance of having a nuclear weapon. And as far as Iran is concerned, I'll let Pete maybe say a couple of words, but we are doing very well. We are degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really so seriously. They did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, you know, would not happened, unfortunately. But because we have the best equipment in the world, you know, we've stopped almost everything. But when you let other people do your job, with the United States, we let other people do the job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. But we're going to be going and paying our respects at Dover. Pete, would you like to say just how we're doing, generally speaking?
Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans who committed to the cause just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and it continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president has all the options necessary. If they want to talk, they can talk. Otherwise, they can deal with the War Department.
And the blockade is up and fully, I mean, it's, nobody gets through. Nobody gets through the blockade. It's like a steel wall.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, there was another attack on an ICE facility, this time in New York City. What, in your view, is possible?
Again, I am sticking to the Iran questions and answers. Keep our focus here. Let's see. Oh, here. I think there's another Iran question right here.
Mr. President, follow up on Iran. If the Iranians do not make a deal, ultimately, how long will it take for you to stamp out their threats to the Strait and enable full shipping?
So if we left right now, it would take Iran 20, 25 years to rebuild. Okay? And we're not finished at all. But if we left right now, it would take them a long time, years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. So we've had a big impact on Iran. If we didn't do what I did with regard to two things, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, I terminated that. If I didn't terminate it, you wouldn't have Israel right now because they would have had a nuclear weapon years ago. And if we didn't do the B-2 bombers, knocking out the nuclear sites a year ago, one of the first things we did early in the administration, they would have a nuclear weapon, and you wouldn't have Israel, and in my opinion, you wouldn't have various other countries in the Middle East. They'd all be gone. They would have been terminated, extinguished. But I believe that by doing what we did, by terminating Iran, who's very evil people leading their country, you saw the number of protesters that they killed, 52,000 plus. I put a couple of them up today, young kids. They kill them. They kill them like they're candy. It's crazy what they do. They treat them so badly. They're just killing people just at random. Over 52,000 people, and nobody talks about it. But if I didn't do the attack on their nuclear sites, or if I didn't terminate the Obama agreement with Iran, which was a it was an absolute hit on having them get, that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And our deal will be a wall. It already is. They can't have a nuclear weapon right now. It would take them years to produce it. And we will absolutely attack the new site that they're talking about. I mean, how about these people? They're in this because of nuclear weapons and they're trying to possibly reconstitute a site. We'll hit that site. Any site where they're even thinking about nuclear, we'll be hitting it very, very powerfully. Now,
just to be clear, I believe he is saying there twice that the U.S. will hit Pickaxe Mountain. That's what I believe he's saying.
Nobody knows, except the Iranians, the damage that we've done to them. We have done damage that will take them 20, 25 years to recover from. So if we left tomorrow, we had a big success. But we're not leaving tomorrow.
Their ability to threaten the Strait, though, that's the question.
There's a bill right now that's being considered that would allow.
I want to skip to the next Iran question. There might be all the Iran questions. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I think we have another Iran question here.
We've been nice.
Haley Wolf, Scripps News. Thank you for the question. Do you believe that Iran has moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain? And when you say we're not done yet, what is left to finish?
Well, I think that they may have. We don't have it on record. All we do is read the fake news. You know, we see the news is so wrong so many times. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is, and we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it.
So that's 3 times. He twice said we're going to hit Pickaxe Mountain, and then a third time he said we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. Pickaxe Mountain is this. It's a purported nuclear facility under a mountain that they've been working on for several years that the U.S. has never hit. I think it's deeper than the other ones. Anyways, you just heard it. He said it three different times.
You know, normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily.
Please
go ahead.
President Trump, 2 years ago during the campaign, I interviewed you and you.
Hold on. I'm going to find the next Iran question.
Will you bring him back to Lebanon?
You'll find out.
Question for President On. Tony Murad from NBC TV. So Ambassador Isa, the U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, Isa, told me that the President On would not leave Washington empty-handed. What concrete outcomes will you bring him back to Lebanon?
You'll find out. Thank you all very much. We're doing very well with Iran. We're doing unbelievably with the economy. We have investment. As you know, Toyota is coming in with the biggest plant, I understand, anywhere in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming into our country. They're going to come into Texas, to be specific. We have more plants under construction now than at any time, by many times. We have over $19.2 trillion being spent in America, and they're going to be opening up in a year or year and a half. And there has never been a time like this in America. Truly, it's the golden age of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. So 4 times he said in the appearance today that the U.S. was going to hit Pickaxe Mountain soon. He said it 4 different times. We'll see if that happens. By the way, big thanks to Jeff TE88 PFCR. Thank you so much, Jeff. Jeff says, well done, Mr. President. Thank you, Pamela Larry, for the gift memberships. Oh, Pamela Carey. I'm sorry, Pamela Carey for the gift membership. I think I thanked Pamela before, but thanks again. Thanks, Kilo India Mike, who says, how many times has Trump won the war with Iran? Let's see here. Harper Ann thinks it won't go over well with Iran if the U.S. attacks Pickaxe Mountain. So I did see Iran was posting a bunch of warnings today about hitting its nuclear sites. Maybe because they heard what Trump said. Let's see if I can find it from before. There were threats from Iran about what it would do if the U.S. hit any of its nuclear sites. Hang on, can I find this here? I have to scroll back. Let me check one other way here. Maybe it's on FARS. I think there was a statement from Iran, maybe the Revolutionary Guard, I'm not sure, that talked about like firing thousands of missiles if the U.S. attacked nuclear sites in Iran. But I can't find it at the moment. I was trying to find the original post on Iranian state media. I could probably find it somewhere else, but I was trying to find the original post. I can look it up here. I can't find it right now. I got to check my messages too. Sorry, there's been a lot of stuff to check. Some people have been writing in. Misfit Studio says satellite looks like Iran did strike Amazon data center in Bahrain last night. Thanks for reminding me to check about that. I don't know where that's coming from. Misfit Studio, you sent me a post, but the post says the data center itself remains intact. I posted this on my X feed last night, but last night after we streamed, the Revolutionary Guard claimed, I'll show you on the screen right here, in case you didn't see this. They made one of these claims, the Revolutionary Guard, where they said, here, look, this was last night. They said, the aerospace forces of the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, in response to yesterday's aggression by the child-killing U.S. American Army against facilities under construction and civilian areas in Dar Kuwait, targeted and destroyed the central data infrastructure of the American company Amazon in Bahrain with several cruise missiles. Now, I don't know if that's true. I haven't heard anything about it today, but I haven't been doing really a big search for it, so I don't know if we got new updates about that. Yeah, I'm looking online and I'm seeing reports that talk about how Iran claimed this. I'm not seeing anything about anything conclusive about what actually happened. I don't know. I'll look around and try to find more. Thanks, Misfit Studio, for writing in. PW360 says, could we start seeing shorter time waves of strikes, but they target big locations going forward? I don't know. I mean, it's not really clear to me what exactly was struck tonight and why it was only an hour and 15 minutes of strikes. I thought they might have started late because the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman and Secretary of Defense and /War were speaking in front of Congress today, but they didn't go as long as they could have. They went until 3:45 Iran time. So I don't know what the thinking is with the shorter periods of strikes. It's a good question, but I really don't have a good idea about the specifics of what was hit. Hold on a second here. Yeah, Veritas sent me a post by AZ Intel that had a report that U.S. strikes tonight targeted a military base of Iran in Bahrain. But I don't know for sure that that's true. I talked about earlier how there were some reports of that. I just have no idea if it's true. And then Red Chair QB mentioned Iran International English claimed that a military site near Tabriz was targeted tonight. Again, I cannot confirm that. Red Chair says, looks like there are military barracks installations in southern Tabriz, so maybe we'll hear more if the U.S. did attack one or more. One of the posts we read from state media did say that a military site was attacked somewhere. I can't remember where, but it wasn't clear on what that military site was. Hang on a second here. Did Iran respond yet, says Freshwater Dies. I have not heard that Iran has responded yet. I've heard nothing about Iran responding yet. I mean, Iran reportedly was launching some stuff during the day today. So I'm sure they will launch something at some point soon. But it's interesting that I haven't heard about any kind of response yet. Maybe they weren't ready for such a short attack, and they have to prepare a response. Fars News says that the governor of Bain County said there was airstrikes in Bain County this morning. I don't even know where that is. Bahrain County, Iran. Not new strikes earlier. Bahrain County, Iran? Is it spelled wrong? Bahrain County. Oh, I did want to mention something real quick. Here's there were a number of locations in western Iran that seemed to be hit. I don't know exactly why that was happening, but here's another one. Bahrain, Iran. Yeah, that's right on the border. Where is Bahrain? Yeah, and Bahrain is Kurdistan province, Iran. So I feel like we heard about a couple strikes tonight by the U.S. in Iranian Kurdistan. I don't know if they were like targeting Iranian forces that were going after Iranian Kurds or something. I have no idea. I don't know what's where. One of our viewers said earlier that he or she thought that maybe the U.S. was attacking places that launch missiles into Iraqi Kurdistan or something. It's an interesting question. I don't know. Alex Kala-Ort, I think it was, said over for the day. Well, I think the U.S. strikes are, although you never know. But it seems like the Iranian strikes kind of just keep cycling. Oh, I did want to direct you guys to an article in case you wanted to see it. A number of people over the last couple weeks have been asking in the chat, why isn't Israel involved in the war? And I know that what I have said in response is like, I don't know for sure, but one thing I said is I would guess that at this point, given the limited level of U.S. strikes, I'm guessing there wouldn't be much military benefit. But one thing I said is that President Trump might not want it because it might be seen as really provocative by Iran. That if the U.S. is trying to negotiate with Iran, having Israel attacking Iran probably wouldn't help with those negotiations. So, and maybe would lead to escalation. That was a thought I had. Anyways, there's an interesting article that you can read if you want in the Wall Street Journal called Why Israel is Sitting Out the Latest U.S. Bombing Campaign in Iran. And just a couple quick things that were mentioned in the article. They claim that, they report that Washington has asked Israel to stay out of the fight for now. They say that Persian Gulf states, Arab states in the Persian Gulf, are worried that if Israel gets involved and attacks Iran, Iran would escalate retaliation and go after energy infrastructure in some of these surrounding countries. Also, something else they mentioned is that, which is an interesting thought, is that the thought that if Israel is involved in the war attacking Iran, that could make it harder for the Iranian leadership to actually make a deal to go into peace talks, because they might feel more pressure to not make peace and negotiate and just fight back if Israel is involved. Anyways, you can go look at the article if you want. These are just some of the things it mentions. But it's called Why Israel is Sitting Out the Latest U.S. Bombing Campaign in Iran. They do say in the article also that if there's some sort of huge attack needed, I think they said this. Yeah, if there's like a much larger attack Trump wants to do, maybe he'd want to bring in Israel. JDav, so on Rumble, we were just trying out Rumble for a couple weeks. It was fun to do. We may go back there soon. I got to figure some things out on my end. So we did a tryout so I could see what it was like, but we may be back there eventually. I'll let you know if we are. Mad Mike says we're saving interceptors by keeping Israel untargeted. That's what Mad Mike says. Core Poret says, why are you talking about a deal when the USA is bombing them? LOL. Martin Ging says, why doesn't Iran attack fearful? Israel fearful? Yeah, I've seen articles. I think I was looking at an article a few days ago that said that Iran didn't want to attack Israel because they were they were worried about escalation from Israel attacking them. But again, it's just like what is the big benefit for Iran? Israel is not attacking Iran right now. What kind of big benefit is Iran getting by attacking Israel? Does it get them anything in the big picture? It could get them Israel attacking them, but what big positive? I don't know that they think there'd be a big positive they'd get out of that. They might feel that their weapons are more likely to do damage if they fire them at some of these other countries with not as good defenses. I don't know. By the way, thank you to Martin Ging. I really appreciate all your support, Martin. Also, Yes Sir Bud, our member. And Catch the Mice. And Crypto King. You know, by the way, another thing Iran might think, for all you know, they just think, oh, there seem to be the relationship seems to be a bit rocky lately between Netanyahu and Trump. And they might figure, why do we want to mess with that? If that's going to happen, let it happen. Don't do stuff to bring them together. Catch the Mice, 123, thank you. And again, Crypto King. Robert Kennedy thinks that's exactly what they're doing. They're firing at countries with worse defense. Let me check here a couple updates. See if we see anything new. I can give you a statement by the Iranian army. It's one of these kind of typical statements they make, but there's a new statement put out by the Iranian army guys. Here's what they say. Iran army, 21st phase of the Thunder operation by the Iranian army. Key U.S. bases and centers in Kuwait targeted by Army drone attacks, they say. Public Relations Department of the Army in response to the repeated aggression by the malicious enemy against areas in our country. The Army of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the 21st phase of the Thunder operation a few hours ago. This is a few hours ago. So this would be before the U.S. strikes, I guess. Right, tonight, targeted ammunition depots and logistical equipment of the Land Forces Command Center of the criminal U.S. Army at the Al-Duha camp in western Kuwait with a large number of attack drones. They say. I can't confirm this. Al-Duha is one of the most important and primary military bases of the United States in western Kuwait and a support center for U.S. military personnel present in Western Asia. It houses a large number of equipment and soldiers of the U.S. ground forces as well as naval and air forces. The armed forces of Iran, with a sacred alliance, are ready to decisively confront any new plots and adventures by the enemy. So that statement is out. All right, let me just see if I have anything else here. Never found out tonight why there was, why exactly there was anti-aircraft fire in the Tehran area. Although there were some unconfirmed reports of some explosions, like in parts of Tehran province. So that might have been what it was. I'm guessing we don't hear everything that got hit in Iran the same way. I'm guessing we don't hear about everything that got hit in the other countries as well. Our viewer, Nira Viv, says, I believe the best is yet to come. Yeah, so if you missed it, the U.S. launched an hour and 15 minutes of strikes at a bunch of strikes reported in a bunch of parts of Iran during that relatively short period of time. And we don't have a lot of specifics on what was hit. But I will say this, it does not appear that any kind of, it did not seem to be an escalatory strike in the sense of we didn't hear of any bridges hit or railroads. Normally, if there's something, with a non-military target hit, Iran state media is very quick to say that, and they've said nothing about it. So it doesn't look like it was too different from previous attacks, but who knows? Maybe there's targets hit that the government has not talked about and we don't know about. That's certainly very possible. I can't tell you. New Jersey Vinny thinks pickaxe will be nuked. John Pendleton says, does the Pentagon give press briefings anymore? They have not given a press briefing in a while. I think the last one may have been in May. Maybe? May 5th, according to Dan Lamothe of the Washington Post, the last Pentagon press briefing was May 5th. Lamothe, not Lamont. All right. I think we may be getting close to that time. As I like to say, it's a marathon and not a sprint. So if there's big doings tomorrow, big developments tomorrow, we can come on and cover this tomorrow. And also, if I get off the air and something big happens tonight, I can come back on the air. But I think it might be our time to start wrapping up this stream. But I very much appreciate you guys being here for another edition of our coverage of this. We will keep covering the big developments, and we will cover other developments around the world. Hectate says, you're just a click away from us. Exactly. So much appreciation. And I would suggest, well, if you want to, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I will say this, the longer this goes on, and I don't see it ending anytime soon, but who knows? I hope it ends soon. But other news is going to happen. You could have a situation where there's some other big story that pops up that we don't even anticipate, right? And then it's going on at the same time as the Iran war. So you never know what's going to happen. But Monkey thinks the war is going to go into next year. But we're going to keep covering it and keep covering developments. We'll cover other news as well. But we cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. So subscribe, follow. I would suggest turn on our notifications. We have our own notification system set up so you get really reliable notifications for free when we come on the air. You sign up one time and you get sent a notification whenever we go live. Because I can't give you a schedule in advance because I don't know when big news is going to happen. But that way you'll get informed when we're going live. So sign up for the free notifications. The mods will post the link in the chat to sign up. Also, you can... what was I going to say? You can find the link to sign up for the notifications in the description on YouTube and Facebook of this video. It's right there in the description. So sign up for the notifications. Also, I will post updates on my X account about news I see when I'm not on the air. That's over there at Lookner on X. And like some of the videos tonight I told you about that I don't have the rights to, like the Ukraine stuff I've been posting over there. So follow me if you want over there on X at Lookner. And a huge thanks to you guys for watching. I really appreciate everybody tuning in. And thanks so much to everybody who let me read your comments on the air, who's been sending me updates, who's been posting updates in the chat, who's participating in the chat. So thank all of you for watching and participating. And a huge thanks to our moderators. They are amazing. They are the reason that we can have chats, that we can have that things can stay under control in the chat. They're keeping things respectful and civil and under control. So I really appreciate our moderators. I'm trying to remember who I've seen tonight in the YouTube chat. If I go back, I had to think back over the hours. Was it like Beth Mythical and Ruth? I'm probably forgetting some. But I really appreciate all the YouTube mods who have been here. And, oh, Haley. Haley, people are saying. Haley girl. Yes. Thank you for helping in the chat. No Ruth today. I couldn't remember. Haley girl. And also on Twitch, Good Luck Duck. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and all of our Twitch moderators. Big thanks. And Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X and on Facebook. Kay Larry Body, Paul Anderson, Michael Fergal, Darren Charlo. Hopefully I'm getting Andrea Holder. Thanks for all of the mods. Thanks to all the mods. Very much appreciate it. Mario Castaneda says, I'm sad I didn't get a membership. Well, we had a lot of I'm going to thank the viewers, thank some of those people again next. But sorry if you didn't get one, but maybe next time. We've had some very generous viewers giving out memberships. Tonight, people like Louis R. and Blackhawk Command in 86. And who else tonight? My brain's not working anymore. Who else was giving memberships tonight? A bunch of people gave a lot of memberships. I thanked them all earlier. But I really appreciate all of your support, everybody who supported the channel. A lot of very generous support tonight, and that's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So huge thanks. Let me just make sure I thanked everybody. Yeah, I think I got everybody on Twitch. Who else gave a lot of the memberships tonight? I feel like there's a person I'm forgetting. I can't remember. Anyways, I know I thanked everybody when it happened. So thanks so much for your support, for supporting the channel, again, for being generous and allowing the channel to exist. I, of course, I'm extremely appreciative. No, I said 86. I said 86 before again. Yeah. So anyways, hey, also, by the way, another good way to find out when we're going live is follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel over there at Agenda Free TV on X. Also, hey, we do have a Discord chat where you can chat for free with viewers who other viewers on our in our Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check it out. See if I can get the link in the chat. Let's see here. See if there it is. It says join the viewer fan Discord for best notifications. But it's the same link. Oh, the join the chat. Yeah, somebody else posted it over there. Who posted it? One of our other moderators, I think on Twitch, posted about it. I forgot the command for the chat version. Anyways, it got posted a couple times. Thanks to the mods for posting it. And yeah, so you can check out the chat over there. And also, it's the same link as the free notifications link. And thanks so much to our Discord mods who moderate on Discord. I really appreciate you moderating the chat. Discord mods. And also, hey, if you watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. It's another way to find out when we're live. There's YouTube. What you can do is, if you want to turn on the notifications, well, you got to subscribe to the channel, but then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell checked and you've chosen all notifications. And if you're not getting the notifications on your phone, because this happened to me once, you got to check the phone app, YouTube app on your phone, and make sure, check the notification settings there. Thanks, Torque Unfazed, for watching from Scotland. All right, let's see here. Give me one sec. Also, I want to thank our Facebook subscribers again for subscribing and supporting the channel. Again, like Diane Allworth. Diane's over there. Dolly Clark, Kristen McConnell Gates, and Kay Lowry Body, and all of our other subscribers over there. Barry Eisler, thank you. Thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers so much. And our Twitch subscribers, thank you for your support. Like Dodo Bird, SDF DSV, Uncle Fester, Seed Music, Hugh J, Will from Online, Wall Street, Shaggy, I Got That Fire, and Justin D. Winters, Uncle Fester, Zambo, Canadian Till the End VO, Midtown Mike, Allistic, I think I said Zambo, and also Johnny B. Dabin. You know that Johnny B. Dabin subscribed tonight over on Twitch. Thanks, Johnny B. Dabin. Also, over there on YouTube, all of our members, people like Patricia Grace, Patricia Canada, Bobby Newman, Evelyn in Maine, Dean R., Crypto King Frosty, Don Video Guy, Evelyn in Maine, Harper Ann, Crypto King, Lori Durstein, R. Kendall, Bobby Newman, JD63, Dean R., Chris F., Rick Sanchez, Evelyn V, AZ, and Sabine Chen Os, Claudiot Crameri, Rick Sanchez, Rita R64, Ian Dixon, Paula Faust, Arcus Spud, Susan Audrey, Arctic, thank you, and everybody else for watching. Bill Murray, Hectate, Andrew Morris, PK, Hoagie, and Starship Trooper, thanks for watching. Cavitate, Hostile 1729 on Twitch, Steve God, thanks everyone, appreciate you watching. Ed Scarborough, Sarah Smile, thanks. Sandy Lucas, thanks for watching. Nicolette Parker, Judy Fishaw, thank you. All right, we're going to wrap this up. Nancy Schneider, did I say Sandy Lucas? All right. Let me do one last check. I like to do one last check just to make sure I haven't missed something crazy. Shannon Davis Hughes is modding too, by the way. Thanks, Shannon. Again, I'll be keeping an eye on things. I'm sure there'll be more sirens in Kuwait and Bahrain coming up. I'm not going to come on the air just for that, but that's pretty regular these days. And also, I can't, when it happens, I don't really know what's going on anyway while it's happening. For whatever it's worth, by the way, I'll point out that another statement I see here, the Army said that it targeted U.S. terrorist units stationed. Oh, we already read. This is like a shorter version of the statement that the Army released about targeting U.S. sites in Kuwait. U.S. site or sites in Kuwait. So that's not a new thing there. All right, I think that's it. Let me just check. All right, it's our time. It's our time to finish. All right, guys, that is it for now. You have been watching our live coverage of the Iran war, of more U.S. strikes, the 11th consecutive night of U.S. strikes. That is it for now. I really appreciate you watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.